Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, October 19th, 2023 at 6:02 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome again, and thank you for joining us. So our next item is under the President's Report. The board would like to invite our community, staff, and students to virtual conversation meetings with trustees on the superintendent profile and hiring process over the next few weeks. We have scheduled meetings for the community on Monday, October 23rd at 5:30 p.m. in English and at 7 p.m. in Spanish. The next meeting will be on Wednesday, so October 25th at 10:30 a.m. in Spanish and 12 p.m. in English. Meetings for staff will be held on Zoom on Thursday, November 2nd at 3:30 p.m. and at 5 p.m. and on Monday, November 6th at 6:30 p.m. So all the meetings I just mentioned are on Zoom, and if you didn't catch all those times, you can go to our website, which is www.austinisd.org/board/superintendent-search. Also, if you just Google Austin ISD Superintendent Search, you'll get there the same way. And you'll find there also a link to our superintendent profile that the board approved in the spring. So the board will provide another update on the process and share feedback gathered at our November 9th board information session. Okay, so the next item is the announcement of the 2023 Board Continuing Education Credits. Texas law requires that a school board publicly share the completion and total number of continuing education requirements for trustees. So in 2023, Lynn Boswell, Kevin Foster, Andrew Gonzalez, Candace Hunter, David Kaufman, Nolita Lugo, myself, Arthi Singh, Catherine Whitley Chu, and Ophelia Zapata met or exceeded the required minimum number of Topic 1, Topic 2, and Topic 3 continuing education hours. All right, way to go, guys. These included local district orientation, orientation to the Texas Education Code, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code, team building, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking and other maltreatment of children, safety training, and other types of continuing education. New trustees are required to complete 10 additional hours, and experienced trustees are required to complete 5 hours every year of continuing education. So for this last year, trustees earned the following additional hours. Lynn Boswell, 43 hours. You won. Good job. That's right. Kevin Foster, 10 hours. Andrew Gonzalez, 41.5 hours. Candace Hunter, 24.5 hours. David Kaufman, 32.75 hours. Nolita Lugo, 15 hours. Arthi Singh, 10 hours. Catherine Whitley Chu, 17 hours. And Ophelia Maldonado Zapata, 28 hours. So congratulations to my colleagues on their commitment to continuous learning. Our next item is committee reports, and as part of our commitment to efficiency and transparency, we have posted the written committee reports as an attachment to this item on our board docs agenda. Normally we read them out loud, but we have switched our practice, so those will be posted online, and they already are posted online. This includes a committee report for the Board Policy Committee and the Austin Education Fund. All right, next we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Singh. As Heather walks up and brings up the presentation, we have a few accolades for this evening. So many wonderful things happening in Austin ISD each day, and these are just a few of the highlights. So we'll give it a moment to bring up the slide deck. Awesome. So as you know, Austin ISD recently celebrated National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th through October 15th. National Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the cultures and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central, and South America. The celebration starts on September 15th. This date is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. There are so many great celebrations across the district this past month. We kicked it off with a wonderful performance by the Aikens Mariachi group. It was awesome. Trustee Kaufman was there. It was here in the boardroom, I think over lunch. Just awesome. We wrapped it up with a talent show this past weekend, and that was the culmination of a celebration over that month. Thank you to everyone for contributing to the celebration as we continue to honor the culture and diversity within Austin ISD. Austin ISD Honor Stories. Can you think back to a teacher or staff member who made a profound impact on your life? I certainly can. The Austin ISD Office of Talent and Strategy is committed to sharing these stories and celebrations of the wonderful things our teachers and staff are doing for our students. We invite our community to honor a teacher or staff member by sharing their story. You can share your story by submitting it here. You can see the link. You can see a little code there, URL code. But you can also go to www.austinisd.org/honor-stories. Teachers and staff will receive a copy of their honor story in an email, as well as an opportunity to have their story published on our website. Austin Custodians and Groundskeeping Appreciation Week. October 2nd through 6th, we celebrated our hardworking groundskeepers and custodians. We deeply appreciate their tireless work for our students. Angel received a golden rave from me. Angel, you can see them. Rangel is a valuable asset to the Austin ISD Grounds Department. We've worked together for quite some time. He's been with the ISD for over 25 years. He is skilled in every piece of equipment we have in our department. He's a certified landscape technician. And for those of you that don't know, all of our playscapes have to be inspected on an annual basis, and we have a lot of them. And so it's an ongoing process that takes training and certification, and to have that resource in-house is absolutely incredible. He is also a CDL holder, so he can actually drive anything that we have. But most of all, he is dedicated to his work and completes every job safely and in a timely manner. He goes above and beyond without being asked. Thank you so much for you do, Angel. You make us so very proud. October 16th through 20th is Transportation Appreciation Week. I was lucky enough to visit with Miss Tamara Buchanan, who is a bus driver out at the Sager Terminal. Tamara is a valued member of the Austin ISD transportation team. She has been on the same route for the last 10 years, and she's been with AISD for over 20. So think about the families, the students that she's met and supported over those years. It's absolutely incredible. She's known for her professional, caring nature and provides great support to our students. She's always looking out for her coworkers and provides information for any road closures and detours to other bus drivers. When I was actually there, I was hearing about some of the things she'd actually reported earlier in the day that other bus drivers use to navigate around. Most importantly, she builds great relationships with all students, parents, and faculty. Overall, she is a critical member of Austin ISD, and we are so thankful to have her on the team. Austin ISD, proud of our principals. October is the month where we celebrate our amazing Austin ISD principals. We couldn't be more proud of our campus leaders as they continue to support faculty, staff, and most importantly, our students. Let's give a big round of applause for these amazing individuals. There's a lot of them that do work. They're working all the time. The principalship is a special job for special people. Principals are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is real. They arrive early in the morning and leave late at night. Please make sure that you thank your principal this month. They do so much for our schools every single day. Also, we had the Marshall Middle School grand opening. We had an amazing day on October 4th. We filled the gymnasium with community members, parents, teachers, students, and staff as we hosted the grand opening for Marshall Middle School. Ms. Marshall spoke to us about the late General Marshall, and we heard some wonderful stories about all that he did for the many young people in Austin. His fraternity brothers also showed up in force and led us in song and reflection on General Marshall's lasting impact. I know General Marshall would have been proud of all that has been done in his name. I can also not to mention, we were provided with food by the award-winning Navarro barbecue team. After this event, it was awesome, as always. Just an incredible event. Thank you, trustees, for joining the community. And again, just for everybody's awareness, that is the last school opening for the 2017 bond program. So certainly a big milestone for Austin ISD. District calendar 24-25. A quick thank you to our district calendar task force for developing draft calendars for our community to select their preference. Starting on October 31st through December 1st, we are asking our families and staff to select their preferred calendar for the 2024-2025 school year. This survey will be hosted by our Panorama partners who support our district climate surveys for families and staff. Once data is collected, those results will be presented to the Board of Trustees for an official vote by January of 2024. And so with that, that concludes my presentation. More than happy to answer any questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Lots of exciting things happening. Trustees, any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you. All right. So next is the public testimony for consent, but we actually did not have anyone who signed up for public testimony, and I think that's probably one of the first times. So, second? Okay.
I think it's second time in the last 10 months.
Oh, okay, great. So as a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So our next item is student achievement and scorecard goals. And you all will recall that last time we met, we started with the timer. You'll be happy to know there is no time limit on this section because this is part of our student achievement discussion, student outcomes discussion. So we're going to be talking about scorecard goal 5, college, career, and military readiness. This item is aligned with our commitment for discussing student outcomes. So Superintendent Segura.
Thank you. Thank you, President Singh. I'd like to invite Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Schools, and Dr. Kreslin Fannin, Executive Director of Early College High School and PTEC, to share tonight's scorecard presentation on Scorecard Goal 5. Welcome. Hey.
Good evening, everyone. President Singh, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Segura. My name is Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools. I will let Dr. Fannin introduce herself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Kreslin Fannin, excited to be here tonight. I think we have some others that are going to join us.
Yes,
Okay.
Ms. Tammy Caesar is making her way up. So we are happy to be here tonight presenting Scorecard Goal 5, and we will start with our first slide.
While they're getting seated, I'll go ahead and begin with our presentation in the interest of time. So as a refresher, I want us to make sure that we keep in mind that in order for our graduates to be eligible for the CCMR outcomes bonus, our graduates have to meet the TSI criteria for college readiness standards on the SAT, the ACT, or the Texas Success Assessment, along with associate degree attainment or post-secondary enrollment in the fall semester after high school graduation, or earning an industry-based certification or a level 1 or level 2 career certification for those 3 student groups. First is the annual graduates who are economically disadvantaged. Second, annual graduates who are non-economically disadvantaged. And third, our annual graduates who receive special education services. So our presentation tonight, we are going to focus in on our scorecard goal and the goal progress measures. So this slide here, it provides an update for the CCMR outcomes bonus for the annual graduates for 2021. Identified as economically disadvantaged, GPM 5.1 to 5.3 attainment for the annual graduates for 2022. Identified as economically disadvantaged, and AP and IB course participation for grades 9 to 12 who are identified as economically disadvantaged. So this finalized data by the Texas Education Agency calculates that about 25% of the economically disadvantaged 2021 annual graduates met the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria compared to the 33% of the economically disadvantaged 2020 graduates. The 2021 graduates, as you know, experienced their educational pandemic challenges. We had to pivot our instruction, and our student learning was pivoted, as well as the assessment methods that we were able to offer them. And so we knew we needed to make some adjustments during that time to support our graduates. So moving on to GPM 5.1, we want to focus in on the TSI criteria for our economically disadvantaged graduates to increase from 46% to 72% by August 2026. And from what you can see at our table, that our economically disadvantaged graduates decreased from 54% for our 2021 graduates to 48% for our 2022 graduates, which equates to about a 6-point difference between those two cohorts. So I want to frame it a little bit. During our virtual year of instruction, we had to balance a series of challenges as it related to college-ready assessments. So the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, they changed that TSI assessment, and that was in January, where there was the reading and the writing sections that were combined to become the English language arts and reading sections. And in previous years, TEA only required the students to pass just the math and the reading section to meet the CCMR bonus outcomes and not the writing. Also, that TSIA2 test administration, it moved to be primarily online via Zoom. And we had proctors who were able to come in and administer those exams to only 5 students at a time, where usually we would proctor this exam with at least 30 students at a time. So we went from 30 students in a room taking this exam to 5. And so that kind of took our numbers down for our testing capacity. The College Board also allowed for cancellations of many of those general Saturday administrations because of the pandemic, for the SAT and ACT, because of the safety concerns with COVID for the spring 2020-21 and for school year 21-22. And then lastly, I wanted to share that colleges across the country and the state, they adopted a test optional admissions policy for the 2020-21 and 21-22 school year, meaning that students did not have to take or submit their SAT and ACT scores to be considered for admissions to their universities. And so this is because the SAT, ACT also serves as an exemption for the TSI, which was no longer required. So we're going to transition to GPM 5.2, which focuses in on increasing the percentage of economically disadvantaged students who earned at least 12 dual credit hours to increase from 3% to 25% by August 2026. And we see an increase in dual credit attainment from 14.5% to our economically disadvantaged 2021 graduates and 16.3% for those graduates of 2022. Moving on to GPM 3.3, which increases the percentage of economically disadvantaged students earning an industry-based certification from TEA's approved list. The goal of this GPM states that we will increase from 5% to 15% by August 2026. And our data table demonstrates that our economically disadvantaged students completing an IBC decreased from 8% for our 2021 graduates to 4% of our 2022 graduates. And finally, we have GPM 5.4. We see a percentage increase from 16.3% in school year 21-22 to 18.9% in school year 22-23 of the percentage of economically disadvantaged students who complete at least one advanced placement or international baccalaureate course. And this is the only GPM of those that includes students in grades 9 through 12. On the next slide. So before we look at chart 2, I want to remind us that the data reported by TEA for our overall Goal 5 is reported with a 2-year lag. So now let's take a look at the table with the highlighted columns that you see here on the screen, and you will see the finalized CCMR outcomes for our 2021 annual graduates. So TEA designates to qualify for an outcomes bonus, schools and districts must exceed the minimum thresholds for college, career, military readiness as follows. In reviewing those highlighted columns, you can see that for our economically disadvantaged graduates in 2021, we had 1,726 graduates. Then we're going to move across across the row. The next highlighted column indicates the TEA 11% threshold, which is 189 graduates. We're going to continue to move across to the last highlighted column. Austin ISD had 249 graduates above the threshold. So the decrease that you see from the 411 to 249 between those cohorts, those two cohorts of what you see of our annual graduates of 2020 and 2021, it's likely due to the college courses that were online for most of the universities. And also, of course, families were experiencing a lot of financial difficulties during the pandemic as well. And so that's what we attribute that to. In the next row of the highlighted column, I want you to take a look at our non-economically disadvantaged graduates in 2021, where we had a total of 2,785 graduates. Moving across that row, in the next highlighted column, it indicates the TEA 24% threshold, which is 668 graduates. Our last column indicates that 969 annual graduates were above the threshold. So moving to our final row of graduates receiving special education services, we had 461 annual graduates who received special education services. And Austin ISD had 42 graduates who earned the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria. So there's not a threshold from TEA for those 42 scholars that are receiving special education services who met the criteria, and they were eligible for the CCMR outcomes bonus. Our bottom chart here on this slide disaggregates our overall Goal 5 into different student populations. And what we know is that it's imperative for us to be intentional with the support that we're going to be giving our emergent bilingual students and students receiving special education services. Next slide. So here we are looking at how the district compares to the state. And we're really excited to continue sharing that Austin ISD's economically disadvantaged graduates continue to outperform the state of Texas. So that red line that you see indicates the percentage of economically disadvantaged graduates in the state who have met the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria. And the blue line indicates the percentage of Austin ISD economically disadvantaged graduates who have met the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria. So again, we're trending higher than the state. And we're excited to outperform them in these metrics, but we also know that we still have some work to do. We did see that decline between our 2020 and 21 graduates from 33 to 25%, which is what I shared on slide 1. Next slide. So this slide provides a student demographic breakdown for a GPM 5.1 to GPM 5.3 for our economically disadvantaged graduates for 2022 and 2023. So before diving into this chart, I want to ensure that you know of a reporting change. In our previous tables, we reported data for the annual graduates for 21 and 22. This table will provide preliminary data for our 2023 graduates. So on the bottom of this slide, you will see a note in red, which states that the GPM 5.1 and 5.3 of the CCMR tracker provided by TEA, it does not include senior year data for the 2023 graduates. So, for example, the House Bill 5 college prep courses that we have, industry-based certifications that are happening during the spring semester of their senior year, and the TSI testing that we do for our seniors. That is not currently included in what you see here in the calculation of this chart. So when we presented this data this time last year, we saw the same decline because the data was not included for that current class. And this is the same cadence that we have between the class of 21 and 22. And so what this means is that we are projected to see a significant difference between the 2022 graduates here and 2023 in the spring when we come back. We're going to come back and present that data that has added the senior year data into this chart. Next slide. So this slide provides us with a student demographic breakdown for GPM 5.4. And so while we're continuing our intentionality for this GPM, we did see growth for multiple student groups. Hispanic economically disadvantaged from 15.9% to 18%. two or more economic eco from 13% to 22%. And we also saw an increase aligned to priority 1A and 1B, emerging bilingual economically disadvantaged students increased from 11.5% to 20%, and economically disadvantaged students receiving special education services saw an increase from 3.7% to 5.5%. Next slide. So now let's talk a little bit about strategies and how we're going to be the best district in the state of Texas. And we're going to be preparing our students for all of their post-secondary opportunities, which is reflected on our scorecard for 2024 annual graduates. So I want to point out the collaboration that we're seeing early on in this school year with this team right here. We're excited to have Dr. Angel Wilson as our assistant superintendent and our deputy superintendent, Patty Rodriguez. So we thank you for your support. With this collaboration, we've been able to increase the curriculum support for our college prep English and college prep math teachers. And so this intentional support that we're giving our teachers will directly impact students that are passing these courses and increase the percentage of economically disadvantaged students who will meet the TSI criteria. Next slide for me. Okay. So we're excited to share this college readiness attainment data compared to our partners from the Texas Urban Council of Superintendents from our TUC meetings that we've been having. And here you will see that for the past two graduate cohorts from 2022 with 57% and 2023 at 52%, we have outperformed the largest, I'm gonna say that again, Austin ISD has outperformed the largest urban school districts in the state of Texas. I like this slide. We're going to go to the next one. So as we take a look at more strategies, we're going to continue to build our capacity with our dual credit, working with Austin Community College in regards to early college, P-TECH, traditional dual credit for our high schools, for our juniors and our seniors. This year, we're also going to directly focus our efforts in on UT on-ramps, dual enrollment. And this additional support, it's really going to be based on campuses and courses where there is less than 50% who earn eligibility to remain in that college portion of the class. So what we're going to do is we're going to be adding asynchronous support opportunities for our on-ramps teachers. And we aim to increase the number of students who meet that eligibility by January of each year. And we're going to do that by progress monitoring every 9 weeks so that when January arrives, we can see where we are and make sure that those students are eligible to earn that credit and they have a stronger opportunity to do that with our support. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Tammy Caesar, our amazing CTE director.
Next slide. Next slide. I got to do my slides too. Good evening. Tammy Caesar, CTE Director. This slide shows our trends, our certification trends for industry-based certifications. Over the last 3 years, you can see we have increased in the number of IBCs earned from 305 to 1336, 1,336. The increase from school year 2020 to 21 to 22 to 23 represents our CTE department's efforts to comply with TEA to offer IBCs that are aligned to programs of studies. When TEA published a list of recognized IBCs, as Dr. Fannin said earlier, many of those certs we didn't offer in the district. And they were not on the list, the ones that we offered. So TEA continues to make changes to the list, which changes the alignment to the program of study. We continue to work with our teachers to navigate that changing IBC list to ensure that we're in compliance with TEA and for the district scorecard. We continue to focus on increasing certifications across the district to improve our GPM 5.3. This year, we're giving extra focus to the high priority campuses, trying to dig in to see where that data with our EcoDis. So we're meeting with those campus, the admin, and the teachers as well. Next slide. That's me. So on this slide, you could see like some of the strategies that we're doing. We have an internal goal of increasing IBC by 20% this year. We met with our department chairs and our team, and we came to this goal of 20%. So from that 1336, we want to go up 20% more. Some of the strategies we use, we added the aligned IBCs to the programs of studies, so the campuses will know which IBC aligns to their program of study. The teachers are given test prep materials, and we also encourage them to pre-test. We're collaborating with our CTE department chairs to review year-over-year results and set goals for growth. And as Dr. Fannin said, we're also monitoring progress and results throughout the year, giving the principals like 2 times a year at least, so they'll know where they are. We're digging deeper into the data to understand where ECO-DIS students are in CTE classes and programs of studies. And then here's some more additional strategies. Last year, we started recognizing our students at high school graduation ceremony. They had a specific color for earning an IBC. Students really love that. We're also working with our high priority campus admin to define campus priorities regarding CTE and IBCs. And then we're also working with our secondary campuses and the communications department to add certification opportunities to our district CTE and campus websites. And then lastly, we continue to collaborate with the counseling teams to educate all stakeholders on CTE programs of studies that earn IBCs. I think we have about 5 or 6 counselors that are going to a CTE conference in January, February, just so that they could be more aware of what we talk about when we talk about completion and completed CTE courses. So I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Sav, Director of Academics.
Hello. Hi, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Severance, the Director of Advanced Academics. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about 5.4, AP and IB course completion. So over this past year, we've been working to increase access to advanced placement and international baccalaureate courses enrollment, but also success. So this year, we implemented the new College Board course, AP Pre-Calculus, and plan to expand access to that course next year. Starting in 24-25, College Board is releasing their new AP African American Studies course. It has been under pilot in other parts of the state and country, so we will be offering that course across the district. Part of the way we are offering that across the district is through collaboration with our counseling department and CTE and early college programs and academics, and aligning a universal choice sheet so that all students are able to see all the different opportunities that they have, and that the master's schedule can be driven more by student choice and student voice as opposed to just what we've always been offering at campuses. Also, our district AP coordinator and IB coordinator has been doing more on-campus visits this year, supporting campuses, the AP coordinator as well as the AP teachers, making sure they're doing all the certification process, making sure all the syllabus are uploaded so that the courses can be certified as AP courses. We've also held we held a family night for families already enrolled in AP courses to try to help understand some of the deadlines coming up in regards to registering for AP exams, the benefits of taking the AP exams, passing the AP exams, as well as sharing information about the free online resource AP Classroom. One of the things we are doing this year also is including more progress monitoring on how many students are actually using that free resource, so that we can better ensure that students are moving towards not just participating in AP courses and completing the course, but earning college credit from the AP exam. And so although this scorecard goal is related to course completion, we did want to highlight some AP scores. So next slide. Some of our AP exam celebrations, and this is specific to just students identified as economically disadvantaged from 2022 to 2023. So you saw on the scorecard goal that the completion of the course increased, but also that meant more students taking the exam. And sometimes when more students participate in exams, you'll see exam scores go down, and that is not what happened. So in addition to more students identified as economically disadvantaged taking the AP exams, more students passed. And then next slide. This is sort of all students. One of the other big celebration is that Austin ISD finally hit the 10,000 AP exam. So we are now an official AP large district recognized by the College Board because we offered over 10,000 AP exams in the spring. We are on track to offer more than that again next year. And again, the students, while more exams are being offered, more students are participating, but also more students are passing and earning a 3, 4, or 5. So I will now turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Yes. So we have also been working collaboratively this school year and summer to streamline practices across campuses. We've met with principals and district leaders to identify bright spots, areas of opportunity, and areas to pivot. This slide shows some high leverage strategies and key action steps from the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Leading. So in this first bucket, we want to thank Dr. Fannin and her phenomenal team for offering individualized campus support. To date, Dr. Fannin and team have met with all campus and district leadership teams at each high school to review school-specific data and strategically plan out action steps, strategies, and individual pathways and processes to positively affect and impact CCMR outcomes. We have also, we're in the process of continuously designing and facilitating collaborative peer-centered professional learning opportunities to support needs based on IBC attainment and other progress measures for Goal 5. At our first principals meeting, which was in September, we began meeting by levels, and this was something that was a huge ask across the board from all middle schools and high school principals. They wanted to go back to meeting with middle school bandwidth as a team and high school bandwidth as a team. It's sort of their own principal POC to share in best practices and leverage support across the board. So high school principals met at Clifton Career and Development Center for their first principals meeting in September, and they were able to hear accountability updates from Region 13, and then also sharing best practices across campuses, so peer collaboration for CCMR support, which ultimately supports students with individualized pathways of success. Many high school principals, including myself, that was our first time ever at Clifton Career and Development Center. So we were really blown away with all of the CTE offerings, and this is a credit to Ms. Tammy Caesar and her remarkable team. Really blown away. We were able to visit the welding class. We were able to go outside and visit so many other areas and see the offerings. And as a result of that meeting, after that meeting, we had many principals reach out to Principal Tony Ditchner to get their students connected, because this is a phenomenal pathway and opportunity for student sharing. Clifton is not a school where, of course, where it's like a zone-based school, but this is an opportunity for all students across the district to leverage the playing field. If there's not an offering or a core CTE pathway at their particular campus, they can look into Clifton to be able to support that. So we have started that conversation between principals and excited about the outcomes and the opportunities and possibilities for more schools and more students to be connected to their individual pathways. We are also developing and sharing dual credit best practices centered around student support, implementing district-wide processes to increase access and opportunity for 8th grade TSI testing. This is a big one. We looked at our numbers and our data for 8th grade TSI testing last school year, and we have put together a very robust but doable plan to ensure that all 8th graders at campuses and within our district are able to participate in TSI testing. And it's not just what Dr. Fannin and Dr. Severance, I'm giving you a doctorate degree, and also Ms. Caesar have said, it's not just testing, but it's also them being able to pass the test. And in order to be able to pass the test, they have to be ready for the test. Every student can't just take the TSI test. There are prerequisites, there are classes and courses and pathways they have to be a part of for that. So it starts not at 8th grade, and we know that. It starts from the very beginning to ensure that they are in those pathways to be able to show their success in their application for that. Also, tracking and progress monitoring Goal 5 measures, specifically for our students who are identified as economically disadvantaged. And then improve and expand universal choice sheet offerings for the 2024-2025 school year. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. We are now opening the floor for question and answer.
Thank you. So much good information here. Really appreciate it. So trustees, I'm not going to mess up this time with the orders. So we'll start with Trustee Lugo and go down the line with your comments. And then the next, and we'll just keep going in that order. Then the next presentation, we'll start with Trustee Whitley Chu. So Trustee Lugo doesn't have to be first again. So thank you for your patience. So we'll start with trustees. Any questions or comments? Trustee Lugo?
Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. I have a question about slide 14. That might be one of my favorite slides. So that's so awesome, just in terms of, being able to have economically disadvantaged students have access to those courses, feel that they're ready to take the exam. And so my question is really, what are some of the things that happen post-exam to support the students? I'm sure there's a variety of options, right? Oh, you can retake it, or oh, there's another path, or oh, that's kind of what I'm trying to understand. What happens afterwards with the individuals, and what's the systemic approach?
So College Board considers AP a campus-based program, so every campus has an AP coordinator. Scores, so students take the AP exam in May. One thing to keep in mind for this year, just fun fact, the late administration actually happens the week we get out of school. So any late administration, some students might be at graduation or because our school year is ending earlier. So sometimes the AP windows, testing windows, correspond or overlap with other end-of-year celebrations or end-of-year events. And we do not set the AP exam schedules, College Board does. So scores don't come back from those exams until about July. Students get information, they will get a notification from College Board. Campuses, the principal and the district, as well as AP coordinators will also get score reports or access to the score reports, but we don't have a district-wide system to send out the scores.
Okay, maybe I may have miscommunicated. So my question was really around, so say I'm a 11th grader, I take, what did I take? A biology AP exam. And so I get the scores back. I may or may not show that to my parents. They may not even know what it's about. I mean, let's be real, right? If I'm in 11th grade, that means I'm coming back for another school year. Is there any, and it's okay if there's not, but is there any follow-up with students around like, oh, you didn't make a 3?
At this time, there is not a specific process for following up with those students who didn't get a 3. College Board research also shows that students, even if they didn't earn the college credit, taking the college level course while in high school provides better outcomes for those students. And so there is college advising and other support of ways that they can earn more college credit or that they'll be better prepared for biology when they enter college.
All right, so it sounds like maybe some food for thought for the future. And then the other thing, you don't have to answer right now, but again, for future conversation, is there any like budget impact or board strategy impact, anything that y'all can think of, things that we can do to continue to support the work, especially with socioeconomically disadvantaged students who are taking those courses, taking the exam, trying to get in there, right?
Thank you. Trustee Whitley-Chu, do you have any comments?
Yes, I also have questions about AP. So I saw that, I'm trying to pull, I pulled up the campus data, and so LBJ had 31% of economically disadvantaged students earn credit for an AB or IB course. So that was, one of the highest schools that wasn't a magnet. So I wanted to know if we had any idea of what they were doing at LBJ to get students enrolled in those courses and being successful. It's at the very end of the document. There's a link.
Are you talking about GPM 5.4?
5.4.
The LBJ, 31% EcoDis. Well, it's the participation in the course itself. So this GPM is just the course participation. And so it's also related to the percentage of EcoDis students or students experiencing poverty at those different courses, at the different campuses. I don't have a specific answer on what LBJ was doing differently than the other campuses.
To do, because they're like outperforming everyone who wasn't a magnet. And how are students identified for taking AP AP courses? Are they automatically enrolled? Do their parents have to choose to enroll them?
So this is part of why we're really trying to push the universal choice sheet, because before the universal choice sheet, if they weren't previously offered on that campus, they wouldn't know that there was that opportunity. So in the past year, last year, there were town halls that we did for middle school and high school, and the town halls was multilingual, CTE, early college programs, advanced academics, fine arts, really trying to expand and share all the information. Also, Dr. Diaz led us in sort of revamping the course catalog last year, and so all the information about all those courses are there. And we continue to try to make sure that we are getting that messaging out to students and families about ensuring that they know about those opportunities.
So do we know how many AP courses are offered at each campus?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Okay. Are they equitably distributed throughout the district?
They are not. However, I will also note that some campuses have more dual credit courses, so all campuses have advanced options and dual credit-bearing courses, but some courses might have more, the early college high schools have more dual credit courses than AP courses. Other campuses that are not dual early college high schools have more AP courses than dual credit courses.
Is that something we want to continue, or are we wanting to offer them more equitably?
We are working for the universal choice sheet to help students drive that decision so that it's not us making that decision, but making sure that students and families are aware of that opportunity.
And then who pays for AP exams?
At this time, most of the burden for AP exams falls to the families. Some campuses are able to leverage PTA funds or CCMR funds, but as CCMR funds have decreased during this current year, more of the burden is falling to the campus or to families.
Is that something that y'all, I would say let us know if that's something y'all would like us to prioritize in the budget.
We are working on
Yeah,
that.
we'd like to help. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Zapata?
Yes. Just to get clarity on the response you gave about AP classes versus dual credit, is that because non-early college only can do those, or early college only does dual credit?
No.
No. Okay.
So all of the campuses have dual credit options through ACC. The early college campuses, they have a certain degree plan for their Associate of Arts that's in alignment with the TEA College Career Readiness Schools model that we have for them to be designated as an early college. So they follow a prescripted degree plan that's set up for them to attain their associate's degree before they graduate from high school. But they also have options to do advanced placement courses as well, and they have UT on-ramps courses as well. So they do have the option to take advantage of those courses on their universal choice sheets.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Also, when you mentioned there were 10,000 exams, does that translate to 10,000 students?
So it is 10,000, there's over 11,000 exams, but that is enrollments in courses. So I want to say it's about 6,500 students. Currently for this year, it's about 7,000 students in 12,000 different courses.
Okay. Okay, and when you mentioned about AP syllabus, is it only the AP classes that have a syllabus?
So in order to be authorized by College Board as an AP course, all teachers teaching an AP course have to submit their syllabus and be approved by the College Board because College Board is trademarked. And so all courses have a syllabus. On-ramps also has a syllabus, but on-ramps the syllabus is provided by UT.
I'm sorry, provided by who?
By UT.
University of Texas.
University
okay.
of Texas.
Okay. So all non-AP classes for a campus aren't required to have a syllabus? I mean, it's good practice
No.
just to do
Yes.
it, but...
All classes across high schools have syllabi. The College Board AP courses, those syllabi have to be submitted to College
Okay.
Board for approval.
Okay. All right. I was just curious that all the high schools, all their classes have a form of a syllabus.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that new?
No.
Yeah, I've been at several high schools and students have never heard of a
They'll have
syllabus.
them for their dual credit courses, so all the ACC professors will provide a syllabus as well for each of their
Okay.
courses, as well as the AP exams and the UT on-ramps classes as well. So
Okay.
they're very familiar with that. They also attend a summit with high schools at ACC so that they can learn more. And that's the beauty of having a course such as EDUC 1300, which is the frameworks course, which provides that kind of intro to college readiness to really prepare them on how they're going to work with their professors, how to read the syllabus that they're going to be receiving,
Right.
how to get their textbooks and to perform a lot better.
Right.
So,
Well, that's great, because if they're titled early college, then, that's a way to get them prepared for college.
yes, ma'am.
I think the other question I had, was for Dr. Fannin,
Yes, ma'am.
is on the summer youth employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so currently, we've never asked any student to qualify to participate. But it is an opportunity to get especially our most challenging students in the summer youth employment program. Because until they experience a work experience and get paid for it, that really is an attraction.
Yes, it is.
And that, gives them the hook of, oh, now I know why I got to do better in math, because I had to add my check and it didn't come out and I caught it, or something like that, So if there's any way you could, as one of the strategies, because that would attract students because they're going to get paid. So I just think that has been so successful in transforming so many students who didn't like school, didn't care about school, but when they had that first job, it really changed their life.
Yes.
So I just wanted to throw that out there as one of the strategies to help our
Yes, ma'am.
ECO students.
Yes, ma'am. We'll keep working on that.
Recruitment's going to start in January.
There it is.
So-
We're going to get you more than we had, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Boswell.
Yes. Thank you all very much. This is, there's a lot here and a lot that's very exciting here, and really just want to shout out again to how much more strongly we're performing and supporting our economically disadvantaged students relative to the state and to the Texas Urban Council. So that is a really bright point where we're actually doing what we say we believe in. So thank you all for each of the facets of that. Really just want to highlight that as a real strength and something very exciting to see. I have a question, Dr. Severance, for you first on the slide about GPM 5.4. And I think it's really exciting to see that growth across almost every group of students except our African American economically disadvantaged students, who we saw a really large drop. And do we have an understanding of why that is?
I do not have an exact answer for you at this time.
You have a theory?
I think some of it has to do with course offerings and course taking, and so really trying to expand the options. One of the other things we're trying to work on is that students might not feel comfortable in AP courses, or they might be, how do we ensure that students feel like they belong in those AP courses as well? And so really trying to leverage all the resources that are available, as well as how do we ensure that teachers are supporting students that and are scaffolding them to be successful in the AP course, that nobody is ready to score a 3, 4, or 5 on the first day of the AP course, but that is what the teacher is working to help them build up.
Sure. Thank you for that. And I know that we see some inequities from campus to campus in that, but I know that we also see inequities within campuses, that students from different groups don't enter the courses at the same rates. So is there work being done on that?
We're actually working with Equal Opportunity Schools funding by the Powell Foundation at 2 of our high schools to do more research into how we can better understand and improve enrollment in AP and IB courses for underrepresented populations, sort of for that exact reason.
Great, thank you for that, I appreciate that. Also want to go to the slide about the industry-based certifications that shows that really big leap in the ones that are counting for the CCMR bonus, the 5.3. And Ms. Caesar asked you some things about that. Can you talk a little bit about which kinds of qualifications are counting for the high-quality IBCs and what accounts for that leap from 21-22 to 22-23? That's a really impressive number.
So it was a combination of a lot of different pathways. So just off the top of my head,
Yeah.
I don't have that data in front of me, but we scored real high in like Microsoft Office.
Right.
So that was one, but then that's one that's going away. So we did really well in that, like a number of students. But as I said before, we need to dig into our EcoDIS to make sure like these students who are receiving these certifications are EcoDIS students.
Got it. So that 1336 also includes the Microsoft Office that year. Okay, great, thank you. And I have a question for anyone who wants to answer it. Do we know, I know we don't know exactly what the threshold is going to be. I know the threshold proposed for the bonus under the new accountability system was extraordinarily high. I went and looked at the how well our campuses were doing, and I know we had some campuses doing extraordinarily well, some really not. Do we have a sense of how any changes, how are we responding or planning for changes in that threshold, raising the threshold at the state level to get the CCMR bonus across all of these categories? Do we know what we're doing to kind of be ready for whatever that number might be?
So the majority of the threshold, what you're going to be taking a look at is the TSI criteria. So our efforts are really going to be the intentionality behind our House Bill 5 courses, which is the college prep English and the college prep math. So we've been working with those specific teachers that have those seniors in that course. And as you know, what you saw on this is that the seniors were not included in on this data. So you will see a leap, a significant difference between the class of 22 and 23 when we come back in the spring. But the efforts that we're doing is really working with those teachers behind the curriculum that they're using. So ACC provides that curriculum for that particular course. They go through those modules and working with ACC to prepare for that class. What we're doing is going in and doing some supplemental work with them. So we've been able to have those teachers attend professional development with Mastery Prep, which provides our viable curriculum for TSI, but also working with iExcel Learning, which is an online module. What we're doing there is taking a look at what are those deficiencies that a teacher is seeing once a student takes the TSI. Going back in and saying, if I'm seeing that there's a deficiency in inference across the board, I know I got to go back and reteach that in my classroom. So we're able to use the diagnostics from those exams to be able to go back and reteach and make sure that we're capturing those and closing that gap. So I think that's going to make a difference. That's something that we haven't done before, which is using the diagnostics from what we see are our baseline. That's why it's so important, like Dr. Wilson said, that we work with our 8th graders. If we can catch it there and find out where those deficiencies are, then we start plugging in and closing that gap along the way.
Thank you all for that. And Dr. Fannin, I have a follow-up on
Yes,
that college prep English and math.
Yes, ma'am.
And helping me understand, does that take the place of an English 4 class? Does that take the place of a higher level math class, that AP pre-calculus that we were talking about being offered, or a higher statistics class, something that students might take, and kind of where are we offering those and where aren't we?
Yes, the college prep English, it can serve as a 4th-year English. There are some prerequisites like Dr. Wilson shared. There's 3 math courses that you have to have before you're able to take the college prep math. It is a 4-year course that the students need to be in order to receive that credit. And then once they receive that, that's what helps us to also receive that CCMR indicator on our tracker to make sure that they're college ready as well. So by us having this partnership with ACC, what we do know is through National Student Clearinghouse, it shows us where our students are going to go off to college in the fall after they graduate, which gets you the CCMR outcomes bonus. The majority of our students will attend ACC in some form or fashion, whether it's a summer course or continuing on in the fall. And so we have this great partnership with them, but we're also providing that supplemental support for them as well, and making sure our teachers have everything they need as well.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
And how does the rigor of that college prep English and math compare to the rigor of something else the student wouldn't be taking if they didn't need that to pass the TSI?
Well, they've taken Algebra 2, they've taken Algebra 1, geometry in order to get there. And then from there, that fourth year math, they probably would choose from a pre-cal or calculus or a statistics class. And so if you're having trouble with being met on CCMR with the TSI or having that cut score with the SAT or ACT, then the college prep math is a really great option. It shares that there are some deficiencies there that we need to tackle before you enter into a statistics class.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Also, I want to thank you for the shout out for Clifton. Clifton is a magical, amazing place, and I'm glad more people are discovering it. People are constantly discovering it, so thank you for that. It is
Visitors, adult
yes,
visitors.
it's an extraordinary place. Yes, so thank you for that. As we're talking about all of this.
As well, so we were.
Oh yeah, they're very good at that. Yes. I have a question about when we talk about completing the TSI and our goals. Are we talking about taking it or passing?
We're talking about being met. That's
meeting the TSI.
Meeting
Just
the
wanted
TSI
to confirm
criteria. Yes.
that was what we were talking about.
And we want to make sure that they all have that opportunity as multiple times as possible, right?
Yeah.
But we don't want to overtest. We don't want test fatigue. So we're very strategic about when we put those assessments in. We're working with the academics team to make sure that it is a part of our assessment calendar. That's something that we worked on last year. And we have windows on that assessment calendar to where everyone in the district is working towards that goal and say, here's a sweet window where we can offer the TSI. And what we're going to do is come in and do some practicing, some boot camps, bringing in any resources that we need to prepare for that. We're not going to just give it cold. We're going to make sure there's some prep work there. But there are distinct windows in the testing assessment calendar that we have
to help
there.
people
Yes,
be
ma'am.
successful. Good, thank you. And I have one more question, then I'll let my colleagues. Do we have a real sense of which things correlate to post-graduation success? I know we track through the clearinghouse where people end up in college as long as it's a school in the clearinghouse. What do we know about which of these pathways really predict our student success best? Because I think the data show that we're doing much better for our students with economic disadvantage by a lot of these measures, but not nearly as well as some other districts once our kids leave.
Yeah.
And are in that college system. For example, our kids who do choose that path.
Right. Well, what we'll see outside of the National Student Clearinghouse is our outcomes bonus. So according to that criteria, it's not an either or, it is an and. They have to complete the CCMR indicators and enroll in the fall semester immediately following when they graduate. So what that does tell us is that the amount of outcomes that we're getting, we know that they're enrolling into college. We know that they are doing their industry-based certifications and enrolling into a post-secondary institution. We also have been able to build a relationship with the Army, and we're working with Army Futures Command to make sure that they also share their information from the students that are enlisting into the military. So we had them come out and meet with our college advisors last week to talk to us about that, and we were able to make good ground. They offered to provide us with a list of any student in Austin ISD who was going to enlist into the service through the Army.
Yeah.
And so that way we can compare that and make some projections on where our students are going. And that we've never had that before.
Thank you. Yeah, that is weirdly hard to track. I don't really
It's
understand why
very
that would
hard
be.
to track.
That is
We couldn't get
surprising.
it from the Department of Defense, but building that relationship with them here locally, coming into our schools, making sure that our doors are open for them to provide that opportunity for all of our scholars, but then coming back to say, we're going to share the list when they give us their enlistment papers signed over. We'll give you a copy of that as well.
So locally, we're filling in the M
Locally.
data and CCMR.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for that. So do we track that 6-year graduation rate for students who are enrolling through the National Clearinghouse, the students we know are going? Do we track that graduation rate, that progress, and which of these measures correlate to our students being successful? What do we know about which of our students?
We don't have a mechanism to truly track that right now. Typically, we just use the National Student Clearinghouse, and then we use the TEA information that we get from Outcomes Bonus, because that's what goes into the portal that TEA has to also let us know that the financial aid has been done.
Right.
And then when they do their census report too, that actual college or university is reported up through the portal to let us know that they are there indeed for that semester.
So once we're past the CCMR, we're not really looking at that 6-year graduation rate and looking at our data about
Right.
that. Okay, thank you.
Taking a look at what we have here while we have.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to pass. So Vice President Foster.
Good to see y'all. And thank you for the presentation. And I really appreciate y'all's just deep knowledge in our curriculum and the sequence. And I'm trying to keep up with like this comes. So it's of course of critical importance to the success of our students, the deep knowledge that you have. And I have concerns. And the concerns are sort of at a larger philosophical level that ends up playing out on the ground. Just as a first reality, I spilled my Dr. Pepper, which is a deeply disappointing reality. One of the things that I think I've noticed over the years, and others on the board have noticed as well, is that of the many areas where we're tracking things and measuring things, when it comes to CCMR, and maybe this is just, it's such this weird global all-encompassing reality. We've got AP tests, we've got associate's degrees, we've got P-Tech, we've got all these things going on. So you all are managing all this stuff. But the on-the-ground reality seems to be that we have huge campus-to-campus differences in outcomes. In many of these different areas. And so it's hard for me to pinpoint down to just one of these areas, but I really want to understand, perhaps not for the purpose of this global conversation, all the individual differences, but really a theory of action around addressing these differences. So first of all, am I correct that we have wide variations campus to campus? So, and if that's then the case, what do we think about that, and what are we doing about that?
Yeah, so you are correct, Trustee Foster, and we are very much aware of the differences, the disparities. When you look at the course offering sheets, we are in meetings now, thank you to Dr. Diaz and team and just a whole host of our teaching, learning, and leading departments to look at those course offering sheets and across campuses, look at practices to more streamline and standardize that. It shouldn't be that if you're at this campus, then you are exposed to a wide array of offerings and areas of opportunity, and then you're limited if you're at this campus. So that's one of the areas we're looking at, and I know that Dr. Severance mentioned it with the course offering sheets as well.
Yeah.
Another area is when we're recommending students, especially students that represent economically disadvantaged backgrounds for courses, looking at the data, and this data is harder to pull, but it's there, to see how many students actually remain in the class. And it's not like the teacher is going to kick them out of an AP course or offering, but it could be that the student is not used to the productive struggle. And that's something that you have to work through. And you're taught persistence in these courses, in these high-level courses. So how many actually stick through it with the productive struggle, and then how many ask to be moved out? And so we're having conversations just on deeper levels in our child study teams. That was our last principals meeting we had in October, to look deeply at those numbers, to talk with counselors and to talk with everyone who has a hand in this process and who has an influence and impact, whether that means, how many schedules are being asked to be changed, how many parents are calling in and saying, my baby is coming home crying every day, they just can't do it. Is the first response to pull them out, or is it to offer supports, to look at the intervention strategies, to individualize that? So those are conversations that we're having on a higher level, and they're trickling down to the campus. So bear with us. We see it. It's a problem, and we're not okay with it, and we are working towards making that a reality for our students, especially our economically disadvantaged students.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all aspects of that answer. And so, and one of the places this is manifest is these achievement gaps.
Yeah.
Where I think a deep dive is always warranted to understand what campuses have achievement gaps, and we find interesting things sometimes about where the achievement gaps are greatest and where gaps are smallest. I don't want to see gaps between students in a recognizable way where, if you're black, then I'm more likely to see this. Or if you're low eco this, I'm more likely, I don't want to see that. I want to see excellence across the board among all our students. But even within that, if we're approaching excellence, I still don't want to see all these huge gaps. And among our 114 campuses, I'm really troubled when not only are there gaps, but there ends up being a little bit of a predictability as to where those gaps, on what campuses those gaps would exist. And so it points to opportunities, we'll just call it. Then there's also, with regards to this idea of campus to campus differences, when it comes to the wide range of things we're talking about, like AP class enrollment, going to ACC Riverside from, I don't know, Travis or wherever, or taking advantage of all these different opportunities. I wonder if on this campus they figured it out. Here's the bus, here's the time, here's the strategy. And on this campus, it's kind of like, whatever. And shocker, on this campus, the participation rate in this or that particular opportunity is through the roof. And on another campus, it's scattershot at absolutely at best. So that on one hand, I love local nuance. I love local nuance in terms of strategies to help our kids get to an opportunity. But is there also a call for some level of standardization where however you get it done, you better have at least this thing happening. And if you need extra resources to make it happen, what are they? Let's get them in place. And again, this is a challenging conversation because we're talking about so many programmatic areas that it's hard to, I'm trying to generalize, but this is something I'm seeing in each of these different programmatic areas. So thoughts? I know it's a lot.
Yeah, there are multiple predictors for success. When you look at student achievement on STAR performance, when you look at students' ability to the exposure that they've had to high levels of rigor, just daily infusion of rigor in classroom instruction, when you look at so many other data points or sets, those are predictors. Like TSI readiness, it doesn't happen magically in high school. So it's a systematic issue that we are looking to address, and it's across bandwidths, across grade levels. They don't just come ready. Like, we have to ensure that we're encoding success for them in the classroom. That's daily embedding supports, embedding structures, and ensuring that when they get to that point that they are ready. So it's those TSI readiness indicators and a lot of other indicators and prerequisites are in place, and they're needed so that when they get to the AP level course, when they get to the dual credit course, this is not their first time having to persist through something that may be academically rigorous and challenging.
When it comes to TSI readiness, just so our language is kind of level and I'm understanding, when we say TSI readiness, that means when you take that test, you're going to pass that test, or you're going to meet. Is that what we mean by TSI readiness?
Meet the cut. Yes. There's a cut score.
Exactly. We're gonna. Here's the cut score. Here's our kids. Got it. So, you tell me about excellence in the delivery of instruction over time. I'm thinking TSI ready. Mm-hmm. You tell me boot camp. Mm-hmm. You tell me prep. I get scared. I feel like the TSI bar is such that if we deliver instruction effectively, consistently over time, we're not boot camping, bootstrapping, whatever we call those things. Can you talk to me about that? Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. We are boot camping and we are prepping students to give them that extra boost and that extra push. It's the same as if a student would take a SAT or ACT or LSAT prep course to get ready for something. However, we are looking at the data. So if we have all these students, a whole grade level that's going through boot camp, and we only have 4% that's passing, they weren't ready to begin with, to even go through the boot camp to apply themselves, which is why we don't want to over-test them or over-assess them, because we can't test students to mastery. We have to teach them to mastery. And so it starts off with that solid Tier 1 instruction and ensuring that we have that rigor infused daily in classrooms. That is our starting point, and that is where we are working towards. In the meantime, we still want the students that are right here that are in 9th or 10th or 11th grade to still have that opportunity, or in 8th grade, to apply themselves and be successful. I don't know if I want to add anything to that.
Well, just that, I say this all the time, seeing is believing. And if they can see themselves being successful, they can believe that they can be successful as well. And I think it starts with making sure that they have that opportunity that's right in front of them. That's why we start with 8th grade. A lot of them have test anxiety. They've never seen this type of test before. So if we can give that to them and reduce that test anxiety by them just saying, if I'm going to take this, and I know I have to do well in order to be eligible to go off to college, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you in 8th grade so that you can see it right now and you know what you have in front of you. And now you have 5 years to work to get to that cut score to be TSI met before you go off to college. So that's important that they see it early, they know what their goal is, and they're believing that they can do it.
This conversation worries me greatly. I'll just be honest with you. So what we know about stereotype threat is that we can produce stagnance in outcomes as kids build anxiety, as kids go, oh, women don't do as well, girls don't do as well in this area. And then they're trying harder, and well, I guess they're not erasing things anymore since it's online, but they're trying and they're rechecking their answers, and their outcomes are suppressed by the anxiety that surrounds it. So then we go, hey, well, let's practice more. Do we know from a sort of socio-psychological side that the hey, we practice more is actually an efficacious approach, that it's not, that is it really helping? Sometimes when we design our preps, our boot camps, are these things well, and when we frame it well, we get better outcomes. And also, sometimes when we try really hard and we build these things out, we're putting a lot of effort in, but the data doesn't show that we're going to get the outcome, and it's sort of counterintuitive because we're trying harder. Mm-hmm. But is it smarter? So I'm not always sold on preps and boot camps and rallies and these sorts of things, and so it's just something I wrestle with as we're talking about it. And so my little radar goes up when we say boot camp and this sort of thing, and I would always wonder and worry and continue to think through how we roll out our programming. And at the end of the day, the thing we both agreed upon is the bottom line. And instructional excellence, consistent over time, gets us there, so that these things come and go without saying, oh yeah, there's a test today, yeah, whatever. And then they just do it and they're good, which is what happens in the places where the success rates are through the roof. Ain't nobody thinking about it. They're just coming in and doing the do, and then they move on. That's where I would like to be. And I realize the constraints on that. Our newcomers are, wide range of constraints. Along the lines of this, and I think Trustee Boswell raised this, and I do apologize for going on and on this stuff, but this is so important. I constantly worry about the socioeconomic segregation when it comes to the provision of educational opportunity. And I don't want to get into too much trouble because I love all of our schools, but I don't love the approach to schooling everywhere if I am going to predictably see that I have a kid who, if they go here, they're more likely to become a doctor, and if they go here, they're more likely to become a dental assistant. And nothing wrong with either of those professions, except for one pays a lot more than another. But I worry that through, and it's framed from the state up, CCMR. There's an M in there that I'm not excited about. but that as we roll out our programming and offer opportunity here, offer opportunity here, offer opportunity here, we predictably see that kids that could excel, they're going to excel here by getting this that's going to cap them in terms of where they land. What we know about school, but ain't nobody talking about, is that one of the biggest indicators of how you are going to leave the school is how you came in. We talk about education as the great equalizer. Our education system is the great stabilizer. You come in poor, you're going to go out poor. You come in middle class, you're going to go out middle class. You come in wealthy, you're going to go out wealthy. Our system, and even our system in our schools, are still reproducing economic class as it already exists. And so we have to, in my opinion, radically break from that through ensuring, through an equity lens, that the kids least likely to take the AP class are going to take the AP class and they're going to do well in it. The kids least likely, in terms of our predictors, to have these opportunities are going to get those opportunities and take advantage of those opportunities. I might have misread some of the slides, but when we went from 9,600 exams offered to 1,100 exams offered, that number was entirely higher economically, or what do you want to call it, economically advantaged. Well, that bar is so low that some kids aren't economically advantaged, but none of that increase was in our low eco-dis population. So yeah, we had a 15% increase or whatever it was in the number of AP exams, but they were exclusively among our wealthier students. Unless I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
No.
So that ain't good. That's not good. That's not good. So I didn't get excited about that, and it hurts me that I didn't get excited about that. I love that more kids are taking the AP exams, but it indicates the depth of our challenge. That when we grew among our wealthier families, and we flatlined in terms of the growth of our other students. So that means we are not delivering our services in an equitable manner. And it goes to like philosophy from all levels. But when we have that means somebody decided, you all see where I'm going.
Yes.
So we got work to do. And this is always one of the hardest scorecards for me, because it captures so much that it's hard to have a rich conversation, because we could do TSI all day. We could do, P-TECH all day. We could do each of these all day. So thank you for your patience with me as I kind of go in on this. I feel like there's a theory of action piece here for us as a board. There's a visionary piece here for us as a board, where we should be weighing in and clarifying our values and having this particular division guided with specificity and our courage and our support to be doing things maybe a little bit differently than they're being done now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter?
Thank you. Good evening, y'all.
Good evening.
My first question, once more a comment, so we'll get that one out of the way. The CCMR, and I heard Dr. Fannin say that our doors are open to the military, our doors are open to colleges. I have great concern that our doors are not open to people in our city that provide careers. The second C is careers. And I have had too many conversations with local the local electricians union, HVAC, saying, we can't get in. And I'm like, really? I talked to a kid the other day and I was like, oh, you're gonna go in apprentice? He's like, I'm already apprenticing. He's not waiting on us. We're taking too long. He's been apprenticing with his uncle. When he graduates, he will be an electrician. We failed that kid as far as I'm concerned, because he had to go down on his own. We could have provided him with that apprenticeship, but we don't have that. So I really want us to think about that second C in college, career, and military ready. I also have bright spots of kids that are not waiting for us. I was telling Trustee Gonzalez about one of my students who just got engaged, and I was telling him her story that she didn't go to college. And I was like, Wonder what's gonna happen to that kid. Well, she bought a house and she bought a fancy muscle car because she went to work for the post office. And her sister was a salutatorian last year, and I saw 3 other kids from Northeast. They all work for the post office and making more money than I ever did as a teacher. They didn't wait on us. They're not gonna wait on us. So as we think about college and career, I love P-Tech. You know I love all of that. I love the teacher and all of that stuff. But there are other ways our kids can be successful. Have we even talked to the city, right? Because, right?
We do.
And my grandmother used to say, they'll always work at the post office, right? That's the saying, if you old as I am. There's always work at the post office. But those kinds of things add to career. And I really want to encourage us to think about that. So that was my speech. Now for my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the benchmarks to ensure that our high schools are on track to achieve CCMR? Because I was shocked. I'm like, how do you not make that? What benchmarks do we have along the way? And that's to whoever can answer that.
So right now, our Accountability and Assessment Department have created a CCMR tracker for us. All of our high school principals have access to that. As Dr. Wilson said, my team went around and we met with every single principal at the high schools. The first thing that we asked them to do was to pull out that CCMR tracker that they received from the Accountability and Assessment Department. We asked them to make a working copy of that. From there, we asked them to invite all the people in their building that had a distinct touch point for the CCMR indicator, whether it was the English teacher, the math teacher, special education department, the CTE department, anyone that had that touch point. We're also asking for our college access partners to feed into that work as well, because they're helping us with the TSI and any deficiencies that we have. We have a really strong relationship with API, doing small groups and working with us as well. So anyone that has that opportunity to impact those students, we wanted them to be able to have access to that so that we can monitor that along the way. And the principals were very receptive of that. It's one of the first times we've had a tool to be able to do that. It allows for us to look at seniors. What we're looking at now is how can we make sure that we impact this from 8th through 12th grade, because we need a way to be able to see it so that we're not waiting to the senior year.
Excellent. I had a conversation with Trustee Zapata this evening also, and we got to talking about the FAFSA and the TASFA. I expect calls to come in, but what I don't like is when I get calls and people are like, can you help us get some FAFSAs filled out? We're giving away $50 gift certificates and 3 people show up. I'll fill out a FAFSA for $50. I'm just saying, nobody should have to work that hard. And these are people, our partners. So if we can align with our partners that are helping us do FAFSAs and TASFAs or whatever. And the FAFSA is new and improved. I don't know if y'all know that.
Yes, it is. It's new and improved.
So I'm really wanting that to be smoother for our students, right? We shouldn't have kids missing out on opportunities. Not every parent can be as involved. So while they're in our care, we should be doing what we can. That leads to the next piece that I have about access for our students. Teachers have the PPFT. Administrators have the CAPER. We have to evaluate ourselves and the superintendent. For our college advisors, what points do we say that was a successful year for a college advisor? It's like, well, I came to work every day and I'm not saying anybody's doing this. I know people though, right? I came to work today, I helped 100 kids fill out this, I was successful. What do we say in our minds as an administrator, a district administration say, that was a successful year for school X because they did Y and Z. This year was not what we needed to see. Or can we even say, hey, it's October. By now you should have. It's December. You're kind of behind. And I don't want to put quotas on people because that sometimes harms the work, but we have to be able to track it because it's nothing like being at the end of the year going like, ain't nobody going to college? Nobody's, what were you doing all year? I mean, they got paid every month. So I'm just saying, how do we determine success?
We took a look at the indicators with them as well. We have monthly meetings with all of our college advisors. They aren't the ones that are just solely responsible for all the indicators, but the pieces that they do have that level of impact, we make sure that they're working on those. We do track financial aid. We get a report from the chamber every single month. And we go through that. We send that out to all the principals. We send it to the college advisors so that we're taking a look. And then taking that piece with that CCMR tracker that we have and saying, okay, how many of your, let's do some sorting. Let's take a look at this to see how many of your seniors you still have left that need to do the FAFSA, the TASFA. And then we kind of hold off on the opt-out form. We want to make sure they have an opportunity to do the financial aid. We have some families that, of course, choose not to do that, and they want to do the opt-out form. That's not something that is actually tracked through the state. It's internal, but we keep documents with that. We turn that into the chamber as well so that we can see a full picture of what's happening in Austin ISD.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for answering so succinctly too, because our time has been long. Dr. Saab, I have a question.
Okay.
So talk to me about universal choice sheet. Because I think I know what you mean, but I'm not sure what you mean.
So the Universal Choice Sheet has been a collaboration across all the different departments. So recently, in just the last week, all the different departments are reviewing sort of the course offerings and making sure to say, oh, hey, this AP Pre-Cal, make sure it's added to this sheet, so that every campus should have sort of the core elective courses should be the same. Fine Arts has added in what courses will be offered, world languages, multilingual for the dual language courses. So trying to make it so that it is a streamlined and process where all the course offerings are the same across campus, so that you see the on-ramps course, the AP course, and the on-level course.
So two things, so that is exactly what I thought you were talking about. So two things when it comes to that. I'm that parent, right? I'm gonna get the choice sheet. We're gonna sit down, we're gonna talk about it, and tell her where she does not have an availability, because I've already picked that class. Like you taking Spanish, this is not an option. But when we look at that and talk about it, if I'm a regular everyday parent and I'm like, on-ramps, what do you want to, okay, right? Have no idea what I just signed my kid up for. I really feel like for our parents, there needs to be some knowledge, because they don't know what they're getting their kids into. They don't know what's going to be required of them, and that sort of thing. My next concern about a universal choice sheet, because that's an email from me, if you put it out there, or if we put it out there as a district, and two kids say they want to take Japanese, right? But Japanese is only going to be offered at school B. That's not your school. So they say, oh, that's why we make you do 5, because you didn't do it. It's a phone call. It's an email that I'm going to be getting. How do we, because just putting it on the piece of paper because we have it, we might not have a teacher. I'm real nervous about that.
There is a small disclaimer on the form that says this is based on staffing and allocation. So it also, if 4 kids sign up for one class of Japanese and 4 kids sign up for Italian, well, they're not going to offer those courses. Like it does have a spot that courses do have to make a certain class size in order to be offered.
Okay, that should not be a small disclaimer. That should be a headline, because that parent was like, hey, and I sat down with my kids, like, look, you might not get in this, but I know I've been doing this for a minute, right? But there are kids like showing up. I'm on the parent things too, just watching, not commenting, but people are just going, oh my God, my kid, da, da, da. That was never guaranteed. That's why they make you pick so many. And there's like a 15 million trillion kids in this one school. Did you think they were all gonna get in the same room? That's not clear. That could blow up in our face. So I just really would like us to think through that as an administration. Of course, that is your bailiwick. I'm just saying, because it's gonna come to me eventually.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, when we talk about these sort of, when we're looking at access and we're looking at this, again, I'm so worried that those are the very parents who are going to say, no, you just take regular, or I don't know, just take whatever. There's no bridge for them. And then we look and say, oh, they're not TSI. They didn't do this or whatever. They didn't earn 12 college credits or what. I'm afraid they won't have that opportunity because they don't understand all of the pieces. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how to fix that. That is just a concern that I have. For us, we have these programs, but if your parents have the privilege of time, the privilege of a higher education, or just dogged determination, those kids' parents make that way for them. So that's just a concern I have about the universal choice sheet. But other than that, I mean, it's a good idea in theory. I just don't know. Just so as long as it's clear to people that this is a thing. Now, my second part is, it's 2023. Why can't 4 kids take Japanese or 4 kids take Italian? And we have the internet. And that's just something I wonder about all the time. There are some people misusing that Zoom feature. Like, we put 70 kids in a room and we have one teacher in Idaho. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about that there are classes, there are school districts that have that course that we could. My kid missed a whole year of Spanish because her school did not offer Spanish too. I was like, we can't Zoom in nowhere. We thought Garza was going to have it. And so we may need to be the district that pilots that, hey, school district B, you pay us and we'll Zoom your kids into this great class that we have. I don't know. Way to offset, recapture. I don't know. 4, my last piece is when I looked at the end of the year report last year, I was crazy disappointed. I'm like, kids just dropping out of classes. I'm like, did we pay for this? Right, like as a parent, I felt like a parent almost. Like, they're not even my kids, but I'm just looking at the list of the report for P-TECH and all these other programs and seeing this kid started, this percent didn't finish, this percent didn't. I'm like, this is crazy numbers. And how much money did this cost? And I'm more concerned about the fact that we may have set kids up for disappointment, right? They, like you said, I think it was you that said they didn't feel comfortable. Why not? Because that was our job to make sure that they got in there. Executive functioning is super critical, and we are not teaching it. Ask me how I know. Because I just had to teach a 15-year-old how to study. Like, how did you get to be in the 9th grade and not? No, that molecular biology requires every day you come home, you have to look at the notes and highlight. ACC offers a program. I took advantage of it with my kid, didn't even know that it was there. But I got him an actual ACC, I don't forget what they call it, but somebody that would actually be like, hey, did you do that assignment? No. What's your plan? I'm going to do it on Tuesday. Okay, I'm going to check back with you on Wednesday. Like, there are people at ACC that get paid to do that.
Yes.
But we don't have that on our end. Right. So how do we help our kids be, because they're going to struggle. That productive struggle, that doesn't feel good.
No.
Right? That does not feel good. And I don't want to say, but we shouldn't let them slide out, right? Like, I agree that it's not the greatest thing to pull them out, because then that we look at this and say, why do all of those kids, why are they not making it? Why are these kids so economically disadvantaged? They have so much struggle in other areas that this is an easy out. I don't think we should make it an easy out. I should think we should, no, you're going to stay, and here's how we're going to support you, so that we don't look at these numbers dwindle down. They should, if they don't trend up, they should at least be stagnant. Right? That's the benefit. Again, I don't have an answer for that, but I want to know what we're doing when a kid struggles. Like, if I'm, and I'm not even talking about an AP class, just dual language, dual credit. What are we doing when a kid says, or a parent says, no more, it's too hard, it's too much?
Well, we have academic success coaches on the ACC side, and you're right, we don't have academic success coaches on our side. But what we do is we work with the college advisors, we work with our project specialists to meet with those students and do those interventions. We developed a system to where our students cannot just go in and drop the course. Well, we like to say that we developed the system. When they are in dual credit ACC, they are considered adults.
I know.
Okay, so let me just start there. They can go online and drop a class without telling their parent or telling us, because they are considered adults. We put in an internal system to allow for them to work with us, what we call the ACC drop form. With that, having those interventions. Did you talk to your parent? Did you talk to your counselor? Did you talk to your principal? Did you talk to your project specialist? I want to have at least 4 or 5 different interventions before we get to that. And so that's the system that we've put in place and that we're working on and tweaking that, making sure that before they even sign up for those dual credit courses, we're having that type of orientation with them before they even go into that. And making sure that when they get to the window at the registration at ACC and they're asking to drop this course, that ACC is asking for their ACC drop form that came from Austin ISD to make sure it was signed off on. And those 5 interventions have already been in place.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
We've had a great working relationship with ACC on all the campuses. So now they're starting to feed into that with us. Well, you didn't bring your form. It's not a policy, but it is preferred.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that.
We appreciate ACC even saying that they would do that for us. Right?
Yes, that is amazing, and I appreciate them. And I'm going to take a point of privilege to say thank you to your department. In December, I will have an ACC graduate who earned 12 college hours at Northeast Early College High School, and that was, yes, it has been a long road. But I appreciate that, and I was able to take advantage of that, and I think letting parents know it can be done, and that this is a benefit, and that it cost me nothing. It cost him nothing. And that's the greatest gift you can give a kid, right? No debt, at least not based on college. So I appreciate the work that y'all are doing and the changes that you're making as you see what is and what isn't working and how we can better support our students so that when we look at this report, even though this data is lagging, I really would love if the superintendent would, on a report at your choosing, kind of give us an update of this is how many students are enrolled in the different programs, like we get for other things, a little tag at the bottom, how many are enrolled in P-TECH. And I don't know, once a year, twice a year, whatever you think is best, Superintendent Segura, just so that we can kind of, because when, like we see it now, and at the end of the year, it's like, what happened? Right? So I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. So Trustee Kaufman is actually zooming in, and Dr. Reach, I think, hi, Trustee Kaufman, I know your microphone's not working, so Dr. Jacob Reach is going to ask your question for you.
Okay.
You gotta do it in Trustee Kaufman voice, though.
Yes. Do it in Spanish.
So this is on behalf of Trustee Kaufman, who's watching on Zoom, but his microphone is not working. Thank you for this detailed report and your continued efforts to support campuses to achieve the results our students deserve. I missed some of the presentation, so my apologies if this was already addressed. What supports and strategies are being provided for students identified as emergent bilingual? What collaboration is occurring with the multilingual education team on these scorecard measures?
So I'll start, and if anyone else wants to hop in. First, I wanted to speak to, and this is a merge of your question to Trustee Hunter. Before we get to ACC and before we get to those levels of readiness, AVID is something that is school-wide framework that we've seen evident. We're really pleased with the campuses we walked today, a middle school and a high school campus in our district, where we saw this evident with worker strategies and just the intentionality with ensuring that study skills are being taught. Where for some schools, it may be where all ninth graders or all incoming sixth graders are enrolled in the AVID course. So this is something that's embedded. We have AVID for all schools, and we have a lot of quite a few schools that are following this. If not this framework, there are other frameworks that have been followed to ensure and embed those study skills. As far as strategies for emergent students that are representative of the emergent bilingual, what we have noticed is that what we're trying to do in our professional learning sessions is to focus on sheltered instruction strategies. And with these sheltered instruction strategies, this is something that we look for and we talk about and discuss when we go on our walks as a secondary team in our middle schools and high schools, to see those strategies for teachers to actually engage in that learning. And what we are finding is that we have to focus on, like, let's say one particular instructional strategy for the week or for 2 weeks, not information overload for teachers. Teach that out in a mini lesson or whatever, have that out in PLC, and then look for those practices when we do observation, feedback, coaching, and support, and then also in specialized professional development sessions.
So specifically, my department met with the special education department on September the 4th. We also met with the multilingual education team on September the 5th. Specifically, what we were asking when we meet with our campus principals is that we have kind of a special education standard operating procedure for graduation plans. And what we talked about was the coding of those special education graduation plans utilizing a 54, 55, or 34D. Those are the indicator codes that you would need for the CCMR indicator for them to receive that accountability. And you can see by the outcomes bonus, we have 42 of our students who were receiving special education services who obtained that outcomes bonus through making sure that we had those graduation plans in place. Also, we asked them to create a standard agenda item on their future ARD meetings regarding CCMR so that we were capturing their post-secondary plans and that we could make sure that we wrapped around them and gave them the services that they needed as well. So those are the two strategies that we put in place this year.
I'll also just add that when we have a district CCMR meeting, we always ensure that we include multilingual and world languages, because we really can't talk about CCMR without ensuring that all of those departments are there. And so I think that's one of the other things that we've also all done together, is make sure that multiple departments are working together. So when we're talking about the CCMR data, it's not just the CCMR team doing it, it's advanced academics, it's CTE, it's SPED, it's multilingual.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. Hello, hello, y'all. I have a question about the oh man, I totally lost the, what's the phrase, Miss Caesar? It's the industry-based certifications. That's sorry, like the root beer. My question is, where you have programs at schools that are particularly successful in helping students to earn the certification, and we have a high number of students that are qualifying for the outcomes bonus, how does the district continue the growth of the success of those programs? Like, does that outcomes bonus that was earned by those programs, how is it used to reinvest it? And I think about this particularly, you or somebody invited me to the courting ceremony at Aikens at the end of last spring. And that program, the medical assistant program, had a 100% passing rate for all the students that were enrolled. And so if I think that program meets like the definition of like a highly successful program, what is the district doing differently in the coming year to support, that's just an example, but to support the continued success of programs like that? You know, like, does anything change from one year to the next when you see a program like that has a 100% success rate for student outcomes on CCMR?
If I understand your question correctly.
Go for it.
I think if the teacher stays, it stays the same. If the teacher leaves, then we have to start all over again. So
that raises more questions.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation.
Yeah, how do you ensure, I guess, like the structural supports for particularly successful programs so that it's not entirely dependent on the presence of a single adult, you know?
For that particular program, we try to give stipends to those teachers to retain them. And so that's worked so far. We've been able to retain that teacher and others at our health science program.
Thank you. I know we have campus-specific data regarding, you know, if students qualify for the industry-based certifications, but it's not broken down by program. And so I was just curious how the administration uses the data that comes from each program to inform what kind of support that program gets. The other thing that I had a question about, and it was touched on by Trustee Lugo and also Trustee Foster, you know, as a former economically disadvantaged student in AISD, when I look at the passing rate for economically disadvantaged students on AP exams, it's 40% here on the slide, and that still represents over 1,000 students that took and didn't receive a qualifying score. And when I think about the amount of work, because I also taught AP in this district, that represents, and that it's really just the one shot at the exam that those students have, how does the district consider the potential for student success in a dual credit or a college, you know, in a program that they can take in high school that they can earn college credit for? How does the district weigh which program to implement it at which high school? And are there certain programs, on-ramps versus AP versus dual credit, where students do have a higher opportunity, or there is a demonstrable history of students that are economically disadvantaged in particular having more success on that type of exam? You know, like if I think about, for instance, the opportunities for intervention that a student would have in a course at ACC, your grade isn't entirely based on one exam that you take in May, where you also, it's like delayed. The timeline that you laid out earlier, you don't get the score until July when they come in the snail mail, so you know what I mean? And so I wonder what type of thought our district puts into which programs are offered. I know you've said before that it's not a competition, but why don't we think about it that way? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah.
So are you asking how we're choosing which courses to offer at which campuses?
Sure.
So I think, again, I know that I've said the universal choice sheet a lot tonight, but I will go back to also talking about how do we ensure, because the differences between AP, on-ramps, and dual credit, there's not one that is better than the other necessarily. It really depends on what that individual student and family might want to do. Whether or not they plan to go to college out of state, whether or not they plan to stay in state, whether they plan to go to ACC and transfer somewhere else, whether or not they want to go straight to a 4-year university. So sometimes it's also hard to say, we're not going to offer AP, we're just going to offer on-ramps. There also aren't as many on-ramps courses as there are AP courses. I think one of the things that we also are really trying to look at is how we support all the teachers in those courses. So for the AP courses, our AP coordinator has also started creating sort of AP teacher cohorts where they reach out to all the AP teachers, because often they might be a singleton on their campus, similar to what they're working on with on-ramps, and sort of kind of creating a cohort model so that other on-ramps teachers, AP teachers can talk and learn from each other, because again, as if the teacher leaves, then all the programming that has been built up at that campus might change. And I think that part of it is how do we better support and progress monitor students in those courses, as well as also understanding that some of the benefit of these advanced courses is making them better prepared to enroll and succeed in higher education if that is their goal, so that even if they don't pass the AP exam, they are better prepared. Research has shown that even if they get a 1 or a 2 by sitting for the exam, they're more likely to enroll in college, they're more likely to graduate college, so that there are other benefits beyond just, like if they don't earn the college credit, they haven't wasted a year. It's the same way if they take a dual credit course or they take the on-ramps course, they might not earn the college credit or be eligible to earn the college credit, but they've still experienced what it's like, and kind of like Dr. Fannin says, they can see it, they can see themselves, they can believe it. So at least by being in the course, they're working through all of those different curriculum pieces that they will then be exposed to when they go on to higher education.
I hear you. I don't think, like, I don't have, as an economically disadvantaged student, I don't have the time to like test it out on a year and see, is this going to work or not, especially when there's not the economic assistance to pay for the exam. And I know you said that one is not better than the other, but I want to feel more comfortable in that conclusion, and I don't feel comfortable in that conclusion. So I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So loop back. Any trustees? Trustee Lugo.
All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting accustomed to this new layout. I'm like, Mother, may I ask another question? No, this is good stuff. So a couple of things. I think maybe kind of tying back to what Trustee Gonzalez was just saying. I mean, I think there was an earlier question that I had asked, and I think the response was something along the lines of, we're doing more research, or there's more research to be done to increase enrollment in some of the courses where socioeconomically disadvantaged students typically don't opt in. But I'm also wondering, just like, asking students, right? Like my own my eldest, he was offered the opportunity to, and actually not even offered the opportunity, they put him in advanced courses. And as soon as I got the email, I was like, oh boy, somebody's got to talk to this child. He doesn't know what is about to happen to him. So, but that's because I was able to, be enrolled in advanced courses, so I knew what to expect. He and I then had a conversation. Bottom line is, he said, well, none of my friends are in those classes. I don't want to be in those classes. So that's why I'm thinking, how much of of the information is right in front of us to be tapped by talking to the students. Like what will get you into that class, whether it's an AP or IBC, whatever acronym it is that we're supposed to be, helping these students understand. What are your options? What yeah, I agree with Trustee Gonzalez. Like, kids don't have a year to, in retrospect, yeah, maybe you have a year and it's all going to work out fine. But in that moment, when you're a 16 or 17-year-old, it makes a difference sitting in a class, going to, and then you take the AP exam and then you come out with a 1 or a 2. I don't know, man. Like, some of us, I get a 1 or a 2, I'd be like, I'm done. I'm emotionally done. I better just prepare myself for something else. So not everybody has that thing where it's like, oh, you know what though? Even though I got a 1 or a 2, this is really going to help me. Like that, I don't know a teenager that, and maybe they're out there, but they're probably unicorns. So I am wondering how much of the information is just right in front of us and systemically, operationally, what are those thoughts around tapping into that information, right? And I think the same thing with multilingual. It's like, man, if I just got here, what do you want me to do? Like, how do I succeed in the United States? Or how do I succeed when my parents don't know the language? I'm still learning the language. It's a lot. And I respect the fact that, or at least I think the philosophy behind the universal choice sheets is to, get more exposure, have more, students see what potential options are there. But I also heard from a teacher a couple of months ago who said, I don't know why they have these universal choice sheets. Our students can't even enroll, take advantage of these. And so, as with any large organization, the information is provided, but it may not always filter down to the closest level to students. So all of that was commentary, but I'm interested in hearing what y'all's thoughts are about both of those. Tapping into information that our students already are going to know, right? We don't got to do research, we just got to ask them. And back to the communication and helping students know, like, okay, well, maybe I am going to get a 1 or a 2, and it's not the end of the world, but what do I do with that? Like, what do I do with that, right? So communication, helping students. Thoughts?
I think it does come down to making sure they know the benefits of the choices that they are making, and we got to start a little bit earlier with that. What my team has been doing is working with our elementary department, speaking with all the executive directors to talk about this Future Ready initiative that we've been doing, and maybe going down to those elementary campuses and working with them and having some family meetings and parent meetings, tagging along with those that are happening on the campuses, setting up a situation where we can work with them and talk about college career military readiness at an early age. And I know Dr. Severance does that with her team, with our AVID family nights, preparing for Gear Up, and then also our college access partners that we have, Communities in Schools, Breakthrough, Central Texas, making sure that we're starting early with our 4th and 5th graders before they enter into high school. So we're happy to do more of that, and we know we need to make some adjustments, and we will.
And this is not a knock. Like, I know, and y'all know us. Just be asking questions, making it all awkward and stuff. But
we're fine.
But this is really important. We're just as passionate as you all, and y'all are doing the day-to-day work, out there, blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah. And so definitely appreciative of what y'all are always doing. Just always curious, like, well, what else could we be doing? Let's see, what was the other thing I wanted to mention? Yeah, like I said, just want to double down on, please, think of what are some things that as a board we can do to support the work that y'all are doing. Obviously, if we had an endless pot of money, be like, man, let me write the check, right? Yeah. I mean, like, who wants a bonus? But are there other things? Right. And I'd definitely be interested in hearing that in coming months.
Thank you. Any other trustees? No. Trustee Zapata? Anything else? Boswell? Okay. So I have a couple of questions and comments. First, the slide that showed the comparison to the state, I really appreciate this slide, and I hope that we can all, as there are people, unfortunately, out there who are trying to discredit some of our public schools, I think it's really important for us to just be able to say, hey, AISD is doing, our economically disadvantaged students are meeting the CCMR bonus criteria at 3 times the rate of the state. That's huge. It's still lower than, 25% may not seem like a big number, but it is compared to the 9%, which is the state, and that is comparing economically disadvantaged students in AISD to economically disadvantaged students of the state. And I really, I'm happy to see that. I'm a little concerned to see the dip, but I imagine COVID has something to do with that, and expect that we'll be moving back up. I just want to echo the comments I heard from several trustees about really getting in there and understanding our outliers. And I think as we talk about our board monitoring report processes, for me, that's like the number one thing I want to see that's new in that process is a deeper understanding of the outliers. I had a great conversation with Dr. Holly recently in the 7 conditions for student success, and thinking maybe how that might help inform us, because it's looking at a more holistic viewpoint of what we as a system are doing, and focus it always on the system, not on like the kids, right? Like that is our abundance mindset, I guess, or really taking ownership of what our kids are doing. So I appreciate our district is thinking about things in that way. I do want to make so one question is, and not exactly related to this, but kind of is, how are we thinking about artificial intelligence and machine learning and all of that? Like, is that going to be something that's going to be entering our CTE or PTEC programs? I mean, that future is here, it's now, and I'm just kind of curious to know if the district, if that's something that we're thinking about as we're expanding or considering programs.
Well, we have some wonderful CTE and PTEC programs that are kind of touching base on what's happening on with computer generation, right? So we have our UX UI design that's happening at Navarro. PTEC computer programming is there. We just introduced game design and coding at Crockett Early College High School for their PTEC pathway as well. We have cybersecurity happening over at Northeast. So I think with those 4 different pathways, you'll start to see a little bit more of that artificial intelligence pieces play a role in how those students engage into that work. We have our, what do you call those, meta reality, virtual reality. We're looking into the drones. I mean, all those different types of things to get them engaged, but making sure that the curriculum pieces are embedded in the classroom. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're really looking into coding. We need to start at an early age, so we are working with our elementary campuses there, and our student services department has some wonderful after-school programs that are doing some coding, and I think that we can expand upon that at an early age to build up to this.
Great, I appreciate that, and I look forward to, in our conversations with the community, thinking about how we can have a seat at the table, like as industry is really thinking about AI. They've got to partner with school districts, so that's just my own little side note there, but I feel like there's huge opportunity there throughout the curriculum, just not in the traditional tech courses, but it's really becoming a part of life everywhere for us. So, but going back more directly to the scorecard, I think, when I'm thinking about the CCMR bonuses, the state has put this in place really as an additional incentive, I guess, for school districts to get kids to attain, not just be CCMR ready, but to actually attain something, enroll in college or get this industry certification. And so just so folks who may not be aware, I think it's between $2,000 and $5,000 per student if they meet that outcome. And of course, we don't want to think of kids as dollar signs, and we certainly don't. But I am wondering, there's nuance, right? Like you have kids who are not meeting that bonus for different reasons. You might have some kids who are passing the TSI, but for some reason they're not completing their program, or they're not enrolling directly in college. And then you might have some kids who are not passing the TSI, and then they're just sort of maybe derailed in some ways from those plans. So like, but I do feel like, how are we looking at kids differently? Like, I guess the key question for me is, what percentage of our kids who are meeting criteria for the TSI are actually then going on to earn the CCMR bonus? Because if it's not 100%, which I imagine it's not, we got to start, like, let's just like start with, let's start with like our low hanging fruit, like our kids who are academically prepared, and get them over that hump. And so then it might be more of a counseling type intervention or some of the executive functioning stuff. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
So overall, if you take a look at that very first column, that shows us where we are with our 2022 grads. So for the first one, with the TSI being identified as the economically disadvantaged in the English and the math, that's where we are with that. Is it 48%? And then we'll have our grads from 2023 coming back up in the spring. But I want to take you to the very first one here on our overall data right here. Specifically for goal 5 in red, what you'll see is that the class of 2020, we were at that 33%, and then we had the dip because of the pandemic that's happening. Based upon that, and then the data that you saw from the Tuck Council, right, with us being at about 54% being TSI ready. So that indicates to us that they have the TSI portion in place. Now we take that percentage and we want to make sure that they're actually going into college in the fall. That's how you're going to be able to calculate the outcomes bonus. So you're probably wanting to know, Dr. Fanning, what have you put in place? So the outcomes bonus, what it does for us is it allows for us to pay our college advisors and our project specialists throughout the summer. When they leave us, our goal is to make sure that we don't have that summer melt. That when they leave us in June, that they have someone that they can still come to make sure that they have everything in place to enroll in the fall. Now, ACC has their academic success coaches. And we have our college and career advisors and our project specialists that are working throughout the summer. So they typically work a 197 contract or maybe a 220. We pay them supplemental through the summer to make sure that they're working with those seniors that just graduated, that they have everything. So that's our summer melt initiative that we do with the Chamber of Commerce, making sure that they have everything that they need. We're making the phone calls. We have one logo system that does the text messaging for us, and then we actually have a senior survey that we provide to them before they even graduate that says, what are your plans? What are the things that you need, and how can we help you with that? And so it's consistency throughout the summer, making sure that we have them getting everything that they need.
And I know there's a lot of research that's backing that up. So I really, the whole nudge concept. So that's really good. And so I wasn't able to catch all the numbers, but so do we know like what percentage of kids who pass the TSI either graduate with an associate's degree, get one of the TEA recognized industry certifications, or enroll directly into college? Do we know what that number is?
I don't have the specific number on each of those. This past school year, we did have 113 that received their associate's degrees, which was higher than what we had the year before. I believe it was like 76. And so we did see an increase on the number for associate degrees. And then I know Ms. Caesar just showed you her industry-based certifications where we had that increase up to the 1,300 students that received that as well.
Got it.
So the key is to make sure that the ones that don't receive the associate's degrees, that have met the TSI, that have gotten the IBC, actually enroll into college in the fall, and they're counted there when the census comes about. So that's the piece that would be helpful if we had that type of support.
That. I just want to know that the kids who are academically ready are attaining. I don't care. I mean, I do care. Like, whether it's an industry certification or associate's degree or a 4-year college, that's less important to me than the fact that they're attaining something. That if they're academically prepared, they are attaining something. So that probably is something. Mr. Segura, whatever your name is.
Doctor, there it is.
That I would love, if that information is available, I don't want you guys to spend hours and hours looking for it, although it could be a helpful strategy, but I personally would be very interested to know what percentage of our kids who are academically prepared, as measured by TSI scores, actually do go on to attain one of those 3 outcomes, because that's what gets us the bonus, right? Okay. Thank you. And then beside anything, Dr. Kaufman? Okay, nothing from Dr. Kaufman, no text. Okay, cool. All right, well, that was a great presentation. You guys are really moving mountains, and we really appreciate it, so thank you very much. Okay, so guess what, guys? We have another scorecard item. And this one is related to scorecard items 1.1 and 1.2, special education growth, beginning of year measures of academic progress. That's the MAP scores in reading and math. This item is also aligned with our commitment for discussing student outcomes and was developed over a year and a half ago to better align scorecard metrics with traditional underserved students. This item is also focused on our commitment to improve the educational experience for students who have received special education services. So tonight, again, as this is a student outcome, there's no time limit on this, but you might want to just take a look at the clock if you're curious. Thank you.
It's only 1 second. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Robinette, our Assistant Superintendent of Special Education Programs, and Dr. Cherry Lee, Executive Director of Instructional Delivery and Inclusion, to come up and share the presentation and answer any questions that y'all may have. Kick it off.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Segura, President Singh, and trustees. Drew Robinette, Assistant Superintendent for Special Education. As Mr. Segura mentioned, here with Dr. Cherry Lee, who is our Executive Director of Instructional Delivery and Inclusion. We're reporting tonight on Scorecard Goal 1 for Special Education. As you mentioned, Scorecard Goal 1 addresses students receiving special education services, demonstrating achievement on state assessments in all grades at the meets grade level or above. And the ultimate target that has been set at this point in time is for 60% in the out years by the 25-26 school year, and the reporting of that on those state measures. For this scorecard goal, you know there are 2 progress measures identified. These are based on student growth projection measures for reading and math as measured by the MAP assessment, which is given to our kindergarten through 8th grade students at this time. We understand that individually making growth and progress for students is a valid area of emphasis for our learners, and we want our students to really continue to meet and exceed annual growth projection targets to continue to make gains and progress overall. For this school year, our end-of-year target for students is circled there on the screen for you. Our end-of-year target is 61% of students receiving special education meeting or exceeding their growth targets for reading, and 62% for mathematics. And we'll break this down a bit further. Before we begin reviewing the beginning of the year data and progress measures, I want to reorient you to the district and state comparisons that we have available to us to date at the meets grade level or above. Again, Scorecard Goal 1 focuses on the achievement of students receiving special education services at that level, up to 60% by the end of the 25-26 school year. And so you can tell from this, you've seen this in perhaps a different color scheme, but similarly in some past presentations. To date, our district has been slightly above the state in the categories that are referenced there on your slide. The lime green bar is for students receiving special education services, and it's a similar trend that we are slightly at or above the state for the past several years with our students overall, and so that's what that first bar is on on the labeled chart. As you know, we're still awaiting, do not have released the taper report for this prior year. There are some trends, if there are later questions, that our colleagues mentioned in terms of what was shared at Tuck and some projections that we may have in mind, but we don't have any official documentation yet from the state related to the taper. We know that we have high expectations for ourselves and our students, and there's work to be done in supporting students receiving special education services in our progress and for our achievement in for our learners overall. This is reflective of opportunities not only with us tailoring and making better decisions and providing better supports for individual students, which is our priority overall as a district, but we likewise know that we want to continue to have, this is an illustration, that the performance of our students receiving services will be more and more indicative of greater strengths and gains when we continue to work towards a strong, robust, student-centered educational program that allows us to not only meet the needs of all students, but to intentionally plan and design the learning for our students that's essential to their success. Okay, next slide. So this is just another way to represent the beginning of year data that we have mentioned thus far. You have that end of year target on the right-hand side, and you can see the beginning of year data that we have at this point. So we are 10 points shy of our end of the year goal for students meeting growth projections for reading at the end of the year, and then 16% below that for mathematics at this time. So the reading goal progress data shows similarly across for all student groups as well as our students receiving special education. They're similar in terms of meeting projected growth targets. There are some disparities across the groups that are noted there and the students that are within those cells. We think of that at the individual student level, and so it's not lost on us when we provide charts and other pieces. We want to focus on specific growth for individual students in accordance not only with their IEPs, but with strong and rigorous outcomes and desires and strong instructional programming for them. Roughly, and when we continue to talk about making overall system-wide improvements for our students, roughly 3/4 of our students who receive special education services are in general education with supports, general classes for more than 80% of the day. So the overall organizational health of the system, the overall instructional health of the system, and making those important decisions to meet the needs of our most vulnerable students and providing appropriate accommodations, scaffolds, supports, specially designed instruction. That's going to lift our system overall and in turn meet the individualized needs of our students. We understand that these improvements in the instructional scaffolds and evidence-based instruction that we need to see in place are goals that we have overall. We tend to go first in this sequence in terms of the reviews. We're scorecard goal 1. That's the way that it flows. But this is also an illustration of the system overall. And so you'll have the opportunity to hear in the next several weeks and months from our team of teaching, learning, and leading overall and what's being done to not only lift our students in progress, but to lift our students who are receiving services as well. So this is part of that systemic approach. We are working to create greater and greater conditions for high-yield instructional strategies and more universal designs for students for appropriate accommodations for them. You know in your scorecard report, your monitoring report, when we take a look at the reading goal progress measure, you likewise receive an attachment of schools and how they are faring. And so of special note, we just wanted to call out a few campuses whose students receiving special education services have already met or exceeded that end-of-year growth projection. And we want them to continue to sustain that momentum, learn from them not only as outliers, but looking for those trends to make that ongoing growth and gains overall for students. And so leading that pack for reading, Andrews Elementary School, likewise included with the growth target in readings. Andrews, I just want to give the number, 81% of their students receiving special education services met or exceeded their growth targets in reading. And so that allows our teachers, our students to not just focus on a number, but make their own progress personal, which is really a part of the bedrock of considering how how students are progressing on goals and measures specifically individualized in their individualized education program and likewise in their program overall. Inclusive with them, we have Bryker Woods, Campbell Elementary School, Cassis, Doss, Go Valley, Guerrero Thompson, Hart, Maplewood, Oak Hill, Overton, Pillow, Riley, Summit, and Travis Heights and Zilker. All of those folks, we want to highlight those examples and continue to learn in partnership with our teaching, learning, and leading team members, the instructional coaches who are working in those schools, about what are the better supports from their instructional program to really lift our overall collective efforts as a system. We want to peel back a bit more. We don't always take the opportunity to do that, and provide some information about maybe some of the more specially designed things that aren't only in the general education classrooms, but in varied settings that are happening for our students. And Dr. Lee is going to share some of that for reading.
Okay, thank you. So AISD serves students through a continuum of services, and while we aim to ensure high-quality first teach across all subject areas and grade levels, we also offer specialized training for teachers supporting students with disabilities to grow their skills and expand their teaching toolkits. So featured on this side, moving from right to left, is a photo of student materials used within one of our dyslexia intervention groups. A big thank you to Mr. Peter Nunziato for sharing examples of the great work he's doing here at Bailey Middle School to support students identified with dyslexia and other reading and writing difficulties. Mr. Nunziato is a literacy leader who's received extensive training on implementation of research-based instructional curriculum, and I just want to shout him out tonight. Also shown is a visual of an interactive hands-on learning experience used by one of our valued campus speech-language pathologists, or SLPs, at Cunningham Elementary School. You'll see the Vocalizing Volcanoes activity, where the SLP has paired visuals to reinforce vocabulary and help students understand the steps in the experimental process. What we didn't have room for was actually the volcanoes exploding outside, so that was happening all day.
We're trying to limit our slides. We're working on it.
Yes, I only had one slide. Lastly, I'd like to recognize one of our wonderful early childhood teachers, Ms. Lourdes Rodriguez from Houston Elementary School. After receiving an in-person training on the Learning Without Tears curriculum funded through our IDEA Part B Early Childhood Grant Funds on Monday, October the 9th, Ms. Rodriguez turned it around quickly and was actively implementing the program on Tuesday, October the 10th, where this picture was taken. So 70 early childhood teachers and 32 occupational therapists attended this training and received teacher and student materials. Now, the program supports writing readiness through hands-on instruction, engagement, singing, movement, and instruction in body awareness, letter knowledge, and pencil grip.
So for math, 48% of our K through 8 students met their projected growth target, and 46% of students receiving special education services met their yearly growth target for the beginning of the year as well. You can see variance across student groups for those receiving services in the data, but they are continuing to be more and more comparable. We know this additional focus on not only growth, but moving towards individualizing and meeting students' needs towards performance is our overall goal with rigor and instruction in our classrooms. Math is 16% from our end-of-year target at this point in time for this year, and we wanted to identify likewise for mathematics some of those campuses to celebrate. So at Zavala Elementary School, the 62% growth target, they met 73% of their students receiving special education services met or exceeded their growth target in math. Bryker Woods Elementary School, Highland Park, Walnut Creek, Zilker were all at or above that 62% as well. And Blazier and Perez Elementary are just a percentage shy of that at 61%. And so those pieces point to us having some positive trends that we can learn from as we're working with our teaching, learning, and leading fellows and partners across our system.
All right, thank you. So on this slide, you see Miss Amy Cox. She's a special education instructional specialist, and she's leading a TEA-branded math intervention training with some of our secondary teachers. And this training is offered asynchronously through Blend, which is our learning management platform, or it's in person. You'll see Amy here offering it in person. And the program focuses on numeracy, computation skills, and math fluency, along with problem solving through building a student's math vocabulary and conceptual understanding. Now, there's some key strategies that are employed, and these are good for all kids, but definitely focused in this intervention. Using explicit and direct instructions with students, teaching clear and concise math language, using concrete, pictorial, and visual representations, and we're talking about with students in elementary school, middle school, and high school, including using math manipulatives like counters and unifix cubes, place value charts, three-dimensional models, and fraction bars. Using number lines for learning concepts and procedures, providing deliberate instructions and a schema for solving word problems. And if you're asking, what is a schema? I'll give you an example of one. For those of you that have students, you may have seen UPS or understand the problem, make a plan, solve the problem, and check. Using timed and untimed activities as one way to build math fluency. Of the 390 math facts, yep, there's 390 across addition, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, if you were wondering, and encouraging student motivation to promote engagement and buy-in. Now, this intervention is aligned with the TEKS and can be used with students in 2nd through 12th grade that do have math difficulties. Likewise, our team is working with campuses to provide just-in-time training, coaching, and learning as requested or needed. Another component of the work includes training classroom teachers on implementation of accommodations across and on digital and non-digital assessments and assignments.
Thank you. So last week when I was here discussing a different scorecard item with you all, the emphasis of that presentation was on our third priority in our special education plan priorities. And so these are a part of overall, we call them pillars of what we're working on as a team. And these are the three big areas or big buckets, if you will. And so tonight, rather than unpacking evaluations and compliance further, we appreciate the opportunity to really take a moment and focus on priorities 1 and priority 2 and what that may look like in our schools and also with our departmental supports. Regarding priority 1, the vision and shared ownership, we want to highlight and in some cases reorient you to a couple of efforts that have been either recently underway or in their beginning stages of implementation based on some foundational training and touch points that we're building upon throughout our system and for our students. So you all know that in spring, we engaged in system-wide work around Stetson's Inclusive Schools training, or Step-by-Step for Inclusive Schools, and that was completed by guiding coalitions, if you will, or leadership teams, including special education teachers, general education teachers, and team members across all campuses. And they were paired with afterwards personal on-site technical assistance, not only for, we talked about the prior meeting around some staffing and structures and ways to really individualize that for students. But this learning has further gone into building capacity across our system overall. This prior year, we built that capacity across the entire teaching, learning, and leading team with our instruction or academic coaching specialists. We recently completed sessions with our related service providers. I think you may have seen some images of that for the start of this school year. And we likewise are trying to thread that and build that throughout the future years. So for oncoming, our newly incoming team members, we want to make sure that we're continuing to balance out and have some mutual foundational understandings of how we'll meet the needs of our students. So just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the last couple of days, maybe it was Monday and Tuesday, the week is a little blurred, but just in this week, we likewise had that outreach for new administrators, principals, assistant principals new to our system, or who hadn't yet yet engaged in that, as well as some of our department chairs. In addition, a second tab is we're continuing to broaden with the partnership across our teaching, learning, and leading team, ongoing touch points and building capacity, our principal meetings, our AP Learning series, and in outreach with our instructional coaches as well. It's important that any training or any supports that we do, we have to then build in the opportunities for what's the coaching and support. And we know that integral to that are those who are out on our campuses, our campus leaders, our instructional coaches, our own academic coaching specialists, those specialists within our team, so that we're meeting teachers where they are and looking at the needs of students to be able to help them better design those scaffolds for students, incorporation of high leverage practices and instructional planning. And it's really magical to see that in action across our teams, and really the way in which folks are working to embrace that and get better and better at it. We still have a long way to go. It's not lost on us that this is a journey, but we likewise want to cheer folks on for working and practicing at getting better and better on behalf of our students, because that's a critical priority. We've expanded this capacity building, of course, with some strong foundational pieces that the agency has recommended to us as part of our agreed order. We'll talk about that in a moment. And we've likewise designed and began working with our monitoring team as recently as today, and we'll be co-designing training for our special education teachers, our general education teachers, our instructional staff overall, and we're co-creating efforts around that. Prior to that assignment, this last year, the prior year, was the first time that our district had professional learning exchange days focused specifically on all teachers learning more and more about our students with disabilities and how to best meet their needs. This likewise was built in this past summer with a collaboratively planned Professional Learning Exchange Day credit course that was done by our special education team in partnership with our multilingual team members and team members from the SEL and CP&I team, really co-creating and building upon how we can provide richer and better Tier 1 instructional strategies for students, as well as meeting those specially designed components that are really appropriate scaffolds for our students as well. Finally, I wanted to share with you that our curriculum team overall worked on embedding more and more into the curriculum blueprints and the redesign of that, examples and recommendations for better scaffolding of instruction on the front end, which is part of one of our guiding principles of inclusion. It's parallel to recommendations that we've heard not only from community, but in terms of any district that is moving towards a journey for more shared ownership and inclusive practices, an emphasis on universal design for learning. That doesn't mean that we don't provide specially designed instruction in the right appropriate accommodations or supports for students, but when we provide the best scaffolds, it enriches Tier 1 and all tiers of learning for all students, and often schema-wise or otherwise puts some new learning concepts in better reach for our students such that they can continue to be stronger and more successful in the classroom settings. You'll likely hear much more about that at future scorecard presentations when you're hearing about third grade reading or 6th through 8th grade as well in the coming months. Finally, the last thing I wanted to share is that I want to give a recognition to our talent strategy team and the support that they have likewise tried to build in capacity building and learning in our instructional playbook. So our teachers, Trustee Hunter was asking about measures and other things for CAPER, PPFT, or connecting it to something about coaches and grad support in the prior presentation. Our PPFT instructional playbook now has threaded in it 50 instructional strategies and components that we've received from Dr. Stetson, better tools and resources that are the right types of not only universal design tools, but quality instructional strategies and supports that are effective for all learners, and building that systematic learning is important as well. We know that educational research shows that teachers themselves and building their capacity, they're central to the aspect of successful learning in schools. And so we just want to give a shout out not only to teachers who are serving with the certification or otherwise as special education teachers, but all teachers who are on this journey to better embrace and be part of the foundational aspect of not only least restrictive environment for students to the extent appropriate through IDEA, but really creating mutual ownership in their classrooms. People are at different places on that journey and have areas where they need additional coaching and support. And so we're trying to use any and all opportunities where we have time with them through the professional learning days, et cetera, that are in place, as well as in the niches of their professional learning communities and discussions to sort of build that capacity up throughout. So Dr. Lee's going to take us through some of the things around the next steps with our professional learning partnership.
Absolutely. Thank you. So in addition to the elements to foster deeper capacity building, learning and growth for our team members, we're working to be responsive to and in alignment with the recent agreed order. So our district has been proactive in creating a clear plan for implementation of professional learning. To streamline processes in a system of our size, it's really important that we're clear and we provide visuals and lots of opportunities for folks to reach out and get help. And that started with this portal that we created here. So it's actually a tile in the portal there. You'll see the arrow pointing to that AISD and TEA partnership. So first, staff have access to this tile. And within the tile, we outline information and timelines for completion of all required training. The Special Education and Talent Strategy team working in partnership have enrolled required staff members in specific courses for tracking and verification purposes. Staff access the training through what we call our Human Capital Platform, or HCP. The training itself is aligned with adult learning theory and includes examples of real-world scenarios, checks for understanding to monitor learning, written reflections to synthesize ideas, and a final quiz to verify completion. So we've created a robust plan for structuring and sequencing the training across the year within timelines across the 5 pathways that you see here. So we have our campus administrator pathway, our central office teaching, learning, and leading pathway, our teaching assistants and job coaches, our campus-based instructional staff, and our evaluators, related service providers, and SLPs pathway. I want to point out the campus-based instructional staff pathway includes general education teachers, special education teachers, librarians, counselors, instructional coaches, and dyslexia interventionists. Now, the district special education leadership team has met and will continue to meet with principals, assistant principals, and instructional coaches to review content, expectations, and emphasize key learning points. We've also created a dashboard for principals to track individual staff completion, which is being shared within the next few days. We want to also point out that campus staff are going to complete the training during our professional development days, which we've already had one in October. We'll have another in November and another in January. But they'll also complete specific training within professional learning communities during the workday. Furthermore, our central office staff in the teaching, learning, and leading department are also responsible for completing specific modules, along with campus administrators, and then of course the evaluators, related service providers, and SLPs. District level supervisors will also have access to the dashboard to track completion as well. So we've tried to break down all of this training into a more simplified and sequenced way for all of our staff members to get done with the training within the timelines required by the agency. All right. All right, so we're shifting gears just a bit, and we're going to now highlight family outreach. So hosted by the AISD Department of Special Education, our Empower Hour sessions include a variety of topics related to students with disabilities in special education. Now, October's offering includes our 9th annual Central Texas Dyslexia Conference, which actually wraps up tomorrow. Internal district staff will continue to use pre-recorded sessions as part of ongoing training and outreach to campus staff. Also, if you would like to watch it, you haven't had time, let us know and we'll share it with you guys as well. Our featured presentation is about the writing rope, which is a framework for evidence-based writing instruction, and it's appropriate for general education teachers and special education teachers. It's hosted by Joan Sedita, and it's absolutely amazing. I just finished watching it myself. I want to also take just a moment to honor and recognize Dyslexia Awareness Month. October is Dyslexia Awareness Month, and we recognize and celebrate all of the students, staff, and community members with dyslexia, which is the most common learning disability, and it affects word reading, reading fluency, and spelling. It can also impact self-esteem and reading comprehension as well. Now, in November, we will be focusing on the guardianship process for families of students who are 18, alternatives to guardianship, and additional support for adult students. And that'll be hosted on November 7th right here at Austin ISD HQ from 12 to 1, and then again from 6 to 7. That's going to be led by Regina Earls. And also, I want to point out one of our offerings, the ABCs of IEPs, which welcomes new families to special education services and really covers the foundational components of a student's special ed program. At our first ABCs of IEPs, we had over 100 parents join in virtually, which we were really excited about to provide that outreach. This training is reoccurring 5 times over the school year, and our next training will also be in November. And again, this is open to community members, staff members, and families. All of this information is posted on our newly redesigned special education website and has been shared with our parent support specialists, special education teachers, and campus leadership teams for dissemination. I also want to say that we're working really close with our parent support specialists. We understand that not all families can join virtually, and so what they're offering is watch parties across campuses, and that's also been a successful way to encourage and invite families to campuses to learn more about special education. We also offer interpretation as well.
So as we're closing out on the review of this report this evening, thank you for allowing us to peel back not only the numbers, but some of the pieces that are in place in support of our over 11,000 students receiving services here in our district. We know that there are many opportunities for additional growth, not only as a department, as a system overall, but we likewise know that transformation and improved outcomes for kids requires alignment of nested communities and broader communities within a system. And to have more and more equitable practice across the system, we need to level set in both capacity building, professional learning, and then folks seeing evidence of that in the tools and resources that they're using and the way in which we're carving out schedules for them to build upon that, and all of those components really aligning in support of our students. With that, we'll complete our presentation and entertain any of your questions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, so now is the time for us to ask questions. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring that our reality matches our vision. And so when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So this time, I believe we start with Trustee Whitley Chu. So if you have something, feel free to share. Thanks.
Thanks. So I've been, the map and the growth targets, I've been really looking into what these growth measures actually mean based on the MAP's own website. And so I'm reading here that nationally 40 to 60% of students will meet the NWEA growth projection. So I'm wondering, so it seems like we are, that would be expected at most, in most populations for it to be 40 to 60%. And then we have a goal to increase it up to 75%. But since this is a nationally normed test, like, is this the appropriate measure for us to look at how our students receiving special education students are doing?
That's a great question. And so, there's 2 different metrics on MAP, right? There's the achievement piece, and then there's the growth. So the goal that we currently have is around the growth. We work very closely with our MAP friends, the statisticians, and our support personnel at MAP. And something they've, helped us understand right around that what you're talking about, the growth metric, is we really want to see right around that 50th percentile, right? That's where most districts are averaging, and that's what they've told us that they would like to see based on all the data that they have. So when we're reviewing a child's growth, one thing I do want to also say is that if you have a child that is performing below average, when we're looking at the achievement percentiles, if their growth isn't exceeding that 50th percentile, their achievement is likely going to stay stagnant, right? Their achievement is not going to be moving up. So if we have a child that's performing, let's say, in the 15th percentile, well below average, right? Then what's going to happen if their growth stays at the 50th percentile? They're going to remain at the 15th percentile in achievement, right? So what we would like to see for our students that are struggling, what we would like to see for our students receiving special education and other students that are experiencing difficulties is for their growth to actually be above that 50th percentile so that we can see them improving and increasing in their achievement as well.
Trustee Whitley, I think you bring up an important sort of conflictive thing we've discussed before about what are really the appropriate measures. The math growth is, it is for our students who, when we're looking at overall achievement and if there is a disparity or a gap, having them see our growth and growth targets, not that everyone's just describing that with everyone else, but the adaptive test does allow them to and our teachers to sort of see how can I individualize and make something around a goal or a growth target to see how they're progressing over time. But you bring up an important point for us to kind of look at. This is sort of a piece that we have that seems to me more reflective than just overall the achievement or the projected achievement with the MAP growth. But this is also students who are meeting or exceeding from the prior year where they were in the continuum or at different points during the year, if they're at least meeting where they were in that line and then that comparison, or if they're moving forward in some way. So I think you bring up a point that there's a lot more unpacking to be done overall for our system in the interpretation of that MAP growth for this particular growth and progress measure. Yeah.
Okay, so for a normed test, so even if everyone moves up this way, we will still have half of students below the 50th percentile and half of students above. So it seems like impossible to chase saying we want 100% of students to be above the 50th percentile.
I think the way the measure is calculated is that they're meeting their projected growth target, not only that so that's some pieces we'll need to break down further with our accountability and assessment team in terms of that calculation, and we entertain an opportunity to maybe unpack that further. I don't know if there's another opportunity to, in a work session for you all or in something else. I'll defer to Interim Superintendent Segura so we can do a better explanation of that.
I think it's a question to ask because
Absolutely.
From their own explanation, the growth target is based on what 40 to 60% of students should get.
That's right.
And so that's what they said it is. So they're saying what the growth target is.
Yeah.
So it makes it hard for us, I think, to interpret the data for what we need it for.
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you. Trustee Zapata?
Could you, maybe you already mentioned it, but I was trying to hear what supports do you have for the teacher assistants?
Oh, thanks for asking that question, Trustee Zapata, and Dr. Lee can build upon that as well. In addition to the pathways that are noted here, there is a teaching assistants and job coaches pathway for training and development that's going to be built into our system as part of our implementation of the order. In addition to that, at the start of the year, so our calendar is built up with professional learning exchange days, and that's connected to instructional staff doing some different things over this summer. For our teaching assistants, they actually return earlier in the summer, and there is a conference, we call it a Renew conference, that we do, where we're building around their capacity as well. And I don't know if you want to speak to some of the training and the development that was done there, both virtually, some of it was virtual pieces. There is she entitles it Paraeducators course, a teaching assistance course that Dr. Stetson and her team had put together. That is a robust and rich course that has been used in districts and in systems overall. That was threaded into their training and development. Likewise, as we're moving towards step-by-step for inclusive schools, we pulled out key pieces for them and built that into the courses and those experiences as well. Last but not least, they are a part of the ongoing professional learning on any of the days on their campuses, and we're continuing to work on ways to build that capacity. There's a fine line because we want to build the capacity of our teaching assistants not only on the instructional strategies and supports for kids so that they can provide better partnering and inclusion settings or otherwise, but then we likewise want to teach them when is the appropriate time to cue a student and when do you need to maybe fade. So I heard in an earlier comment from one of the trustees about an academic coach saying, when do you need to have this due on Tuesday? I'm going to check with you on Wednesday. Well, that's a very different thing as someone is growing and progressing, not to sit with them on Tuesday and say, did you get it done? Did you get it done? Now it's 10 o'clock. Did you get it done? So there is a fine line. We want our assistants to have that right support for students, but we also want to foster that independence among our students as well. But with that in mind, Dr. Lee, I think I may have missed some parts about some of the training and development.
Oh, no, I think what you said is exactly right. With the teaching assistants and job coaches pathway, all of our TAs and our job coaches will be participating with campus-wide on an IDEA legal framework training, and that's going to be on November the 9th? It's at our next staff
13th.
development, the 13th. That's right, the 13th, our next staff development. And then again, at that January 8th staff development, they'll be participating district-wide, and that focus is going to be, and campus-wide, is going to be on family engagement. At the beginning of the year, like Dr. Robinette said, the TAs were, that we did provide a full day training for them where they had choice sessions. Although the training was virtual, we weren't able to host it in person due to the size and the capacity of our TAs, but we gave them choice in what sessions they attended. So some chose to attend sessions about collecting data, supporting positive behavior, implementing a behavior intervention plan, how to help support implementation of accommodations, or literacy strategies. So they were able to choose the sessions that were meaningful and practical for them. And we had our teacher assistants all the way, our early childhood teaching assistants all the way through those that are supporting our 18-plus programs attend. It was over 800 teacher assistants, and we got really good feedback because we did allow them to choose. So we gave some choice in there. With our early childhood training that we provided back, 10 days ago, some of our teaching assistants were actually able to come with the early childhood teachers. We had enough space to allow some of them to come, and they really benefited and appreciated being able to come to that training as well. So we're looking for more opportunities where they can receive, research-based training and participate actively with the special education teachers and gen ed teachers that they're partnering with.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you for all of this, really appreciate it, and I want to start with some appreciations. The data, of course, but also the window into the classroom and what's being done, I think really helps us visualize, the work with students and understanding the strategies, so thank you for that. The update on the professional learning, how your work is connecting with what TEA is requiring, but also how it's going beyond and how you're really including families as partners in lots of ways, and also really sharing a lot of themes that we've been hearing for so long from our family advocates, from our education experts within the district who talk about the importance of every student's a general education student first. Universal design for learning, that strong tier 1 instruction lifts all boats. I think all of these, so it's exciting to hear all of that and really want to share that appreciation. Also want to echo Trustee Whitley-Chu's comments just about really being clear about understanding what MAP is measuring. And as we look ahead at revamping our scorecards, kind of what place that has and really appreciate the conversation about the outliers and understand that we have outliers in the other direction too, and that when schools are failing to hit that 50%, and in the 20s and the 30s, that's a different kind of concern. We have reason for celebration and reason for concern, and hope that we're learning from schools at both poles. And also just would love a better understanding maybe from some of our data people if we would expect the distribution we're seeing anyway, and if we're seeing outliers at both ends, because that's what the map is designed to do. So really would like a better understanding of that as we're considering revamping our scorecard. And I would just love to hear a little bit more when you look at those outliers, what you are seeing. Are you seeing things about teacher turnover? Are you seeing things, what I hope those high numbers mean is that really big growth is possible with certain strategies, and we're not just seeing an artifact of a curve. But I would love to know if you're seeing reason to believe that bigger things really are happening, where you're seeing those bigger numbers, and that more support is maybe needed where you're seeing the other numbers. Do you have a sense of that?
I think I can speak more to where we have some of those positive outliers that we've been indicating, and it's not lost on us nor on our system when we have building capacity and high-quality teaching, people at different levels of experience building that capacity throughout, or where we have challenges with a vacancy or otherwise that we're working to address. And at the same time, I was visiting with the data that we had with our assistant superintendents and teaching, learning, and leading from schools for reading components. When we start to see in some of the schools really the small guided rotations with students that are instrumental in best tiered instruction, right? And then there's that access for meeting students where they are as well. In those classes. We've likewise been able to see where there's more systematic and evidence-based supports for students, and reading in particular. There's been a focus on growth with students, not a bar, did you meet your, but just an ownership of the learning process, and that you can get better. It's also cheering kids on in that way. Where there is greater rigor in the classroom and differentiation of learning, there are greater outcomes for kids. That's well documented, and that's literally the notes that I have from the respective schools that not only have they reported, principals have reported, but are folks who are seeing that in place. We have some folks, like some of the folks that Cherry gave some credit to here. We appreciate so much. It's almost 900 teaching assistants. It's about 850 special education teachers, and of course, all in, almost 6,000 teachers overall. Having that mutual support for all of our kids, and that mutual ownership is not the word, that focus and attention is critically important. So we're seeing that, and where there's increased structuring for collaboration and PLCs across all teacher types, what happens is there's more of a dynamic in co-planning, better design, meeting the needs of students as a through line. I would like to say that is completely an illustration any day, any place, any time. And that's not systemically where we are, and I want to acknowledge that. But that is definitely the direction that we're trying to build upon for our strongest outliers, to learn from them and to see where those parallels, because of either system reinforcers or the ways in which our team members are sort of, gosh, I spent some time in a teacher's classroom, or visiting with a teacher, was it last Friday, at one of our elementary schools, and just the expertise, the passion, the commitment. I'd like to say that that was all learned on our watch, but the truth is that we've got some really solid, great people that we can learn from, and we want our system to actually work to create those conditions overall. So those are the pieces that we've seen in place for appropriate accommodations, and really that designing on the front end of universal design in those scaffolds and supports were evidenced with that Tier 1 rigor in those schools. For mathematics, bringing out those things that Dr. Lee mentioned, where it's much more evidence, where we're seeing some of that, like strong teams in place, strong special educators as well as general educators, because our folks are often called upon for their expertise, their guidance. What do you think? And so we've got to continue to build that capacity as well with best practices, but using also those strong instructional strategies, the use of concrete models for students to move from, concrete to pictorial to abstract, as you mentioned, and the use of tools that can make conceptual understanding for students when they're actually being able to apply that in the classrooms. That's what we're seeing as some of those better examples. I teased Dr. Lee when we were preparing, and we were showing the vocalizing volcanoes, and I said, and I said, how does that show, like, that's not speech practicing a sound? It's not. And she said, well, it's right. That's not going to demonstrate that, because we want to build it into expressive language and making sense and formulating questions and building that capacity. So there's the array of pieces that we're trying to find where the magic is aligned to the tools and resources that we're putting into place. Where is their variance, and how can we really capitalize upon that?
Thank you.
I hope I
appreciate
answered that.
You did answer that. I appreciate that. And it's, I'm hearing echoes in some of what you said with our conversation earlier about CCMR too, about where we have high expectations, where we have that belief that every student deserves and is capable of rigor. That we talked about a little bit with TSI prep and making sure that we're offering that to all of our students and not replicating the patterns that already exist. And we know that one element of successful boards and successful systems is that belief that every student is capable of great things. So I really appreciate hearing about the rigor and all the approaches. And I'm glad to hear that you have reason to believe that the outliers are outliers for real reasons that we can learn from and act upon. So that is really encouraging.
Thank you.
I have just a couple more questions. One is that gap between the math and the reading, and seeing that gap shrinking. During COVID, we had seen that gap persisting. Are you seeing something real in that, do you think, that maybe we're starting to turn that ship with math?
Absolutely. Well, I'll start with reading. I mean, I definitely think for our youngest learners, direct instruction, explicit instruction, and in-person instruction is clearly really important. I mean, we saw that evident with our scores, post-pandemic, and we are seeing the scores return to where they were. And I'm not hoping, I'm expecting those scores to continue to rise. The same is true with mathematics, right? It's that direct, explicit instruction, lots of opportunities for hands-on, lots of opportunities for practice with that, corrective feedback, right? And so absolutely, our hope, our goal is, and our mission is to ensure that all students are improving, and not only in reading, but in math too. And if you look at the research around the, students that are successful in math early on, they continue to be successful in math and grow in their math skills and performance. So we need to make sure that we're addressing any difficulties that students are experiencing in math early on, and not, well, let's wait and see, or, they'll get that in a few years, or I wasn't really great at math either. So yeah, and really just shifting our mindset around our belief in both the importance of both math and reading. Both are critically important to students' outcomes and success. And we know students who have, higher math scores tend to earn more and have more opportunity post-graduation. So it is just as equally important as reading.
I'd like to add something that is just a foreshadowing or something to think about, and we'll see more about it when we get to middle of the year. So the map was calibrated on the linking study from prior, not the new STAR assessment. And so that's something to keep in mind, because we are going to need to carefully watch, especially students with, in terms of not only completing mathematical understandings, but then articulating that in a way in writing. It's a whole different additional expectation. Sometimes I wonder about my own articulation of something that might be something very simple. And so that's something we're going to need to be mindful of as a system. I think they're seeing that across the state. And I just want to acknowledge that we'll look at that and see what are the impacts in the future on math. But the current beginning of the year is connected to prior assessments linking. And that might be something to consider as well, because it's something to say, how's a student doing with conceptual understanding, but then they have to actually rephrase or have a writing component that sort of explains that thinking in a way that can be understood by someone. And that's hard to get that out of the mind through the hand to a keyboard or otherwise for other people to sort of make it plain. And we're gonna need to learn, along with a lot of districts in the state, how to make better accommodation supports and adjustments for our students with disabilities, and particularly if there are language or expressive needs that aren't entirely reflected of mathematical understanding. And I'm not trying to take us off, but it is something to be aware of.
I appreciate that. So by the middle of the year, it will be recalibrated?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know.
That is my understanding.
Dr. Diaz, feel free to come
I have
up.
the expertise.
And she can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Hi. So, yes, since, I'll pick
Thank
this
you,
one.
Dr.
Hi,
Susan Diaz.
I'm Dr. Susan Diaz. So, yes, they are redoing the linking study, which will correlate the kids' performance on STAR versus, and how they're doing on MAP. But what we're talking about with y'all's scorecard goal is growth. So growth in the proficiency or their absolute performance, which is tied to STAR or correlated to STAR. Yes, they're redoing that study because the STAR test has changed. So we are participating in the study and sharing our data with them so we can be part of, the linking study and ensure they're getting accurate numbers. But I don't think that's true for growth. I think growth is a different measure. So it's it's performance, absolute performance versus growth. So the growth is growth. But the one thing I do want to point out with this growth data is this is comparing beginning of the year to the beginning of the year.
Prior year.
So the real growth that we're going to look for is when you get the MOI, right? Because that's when we're going to see whether the kids are growing while they're in our classrooms with our teachers. So this right here, this is basically baseline data. And so then when we get to the MOI, then we'll have richer discussions to see where our kids are. Because again, this is that strange, I always point out to you guys that it is a strange growth measure that is measuring from beginning of year to beginning of the year. So that's interesting, but again, summer happened, and I think that we're more interested in knowing how are the kids growing in their classrooms with their teachers in our schools.
Thanks.
Thank you all for that. I appreciate that. And really appreciate the focus on numeracy as also important along with literacy, and just want to share every time we talk about that, really want to talk about our role as trustees engaging our community with our schools, and would love to see an early numeracy initiative from our community in the same way we have the Greater Austin Reading Coalition. I think there are great opportunities in our community, and if we can support that as trustees in any way, I really welcome that opportunity.
Thank you. I was actually just on the line looking at some of our early childhood grant funds that we have remaining, and looking at an early numeracy program for our early childhood teachers as well. So yeah, absolutely. I think that's really important.
And then one more question, which is, thank you for the update on the professional learning and talking about that. Do we, and the dashboard sounds wise and helpful. Do we have a sense yet on what the uptake was on that first professional development day, and how we're doing and how it was received?
I love those questions. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know if I reported it this last week, but as of today, I think 87% of our team members had completed the first set of modules that were scheduled for that point in time. At the same time, our team members are working on tier, which is, those modules are connected to multi-tiered systems of support, which again, that's priority 2, right? That we know that's part of the overall system work. We heard a positive feedback from our principals, and there is the ability to just complete the module yourself, but we did want to provide some, everyone ultimately needs to do that, right? But we wanted to provide some voice and choice and some additional structures. So some principals met in small groups with people through grade levels or PLCs, and then they use that to say, well, let's think about our own specific students. How does that apply? We're talking about, I think it was 4,800 or something folks have already completed, and that's including some of our own administrative team and our central office team members to make sure that we are on track for that. As with anything, it's important for us, and this is why we do sort of a preview with our administrators, is they are carrying the beacon and the torch of our system overall, and understanding that this is not every opportunity to learn on doing better work or for sharpening our skills or building upon a deeper understanding of the particular needs or approaches or strategies that are effective for really all students, but certainly students with disabilities, is an opportunity that's not lost on us. It's critically important. So we provide that preview and that coaching for our leaders so that they can bring it into the setting, not as a separate part or as an unconnected or disconnected part, but to really talk about how it fits in. This is how we're building upon the work we've already done with Step by Step for inclusive schools. This is how this is connected with your prior what was called Essentials for General Education, Teachers for Special Education. This is how it's going to build into your professional learning exchange day courses. So we've been hearing some positive feedback. There is an accelerated plan, to be very transparent with you. And so where we've had some hiccups or some wrinkles, or when we've had to, but I'm very appreciative to not only our teachers, our team members, our principals who are really taking, if they had something already planned for the 9th, then part of the day we needed to move the cheese around a bit and say, how can we best meet all the mutual needs? Those are some of the wrinkles that come into play. And I think we needed on the early end some communication time with our system overall. Interim Superintendent Segura has done a very nice job of that because, when you're talking across a number of settings, a principal may have immediately left a meeting with us and went to tell their team and launched, and someone hadn't quite caught up and they said, wait, what? So we were trying to make sure we align the system overall and then had communication out to all of our team members. We've been looking at the general feedback.
It's been really positive.
Yeah.
We did meet with principals because we have a monthly principals meeting, but 4 times a year our assistant principals also convene, and we had the opportunity to lead them through one of the modules, and we got really positive feedback. It was really powerful because the APs came across 4 sessions, and so there weren't quite as many folks in the session. There was between 20 to 30 assistant principals, but they asked really good questions. We had lots of opportunities for discussion around accommodations and then family engagement, but it's very powerful, and we were really glad to get that face-to-face in-person training where folks can ask questions. It's a little different when you go through asynchronously, but that feedback was really strong.
When you're talking about that number of people that we're touching, and we know that we've gotten quite a bit of very critically important attention around this priority, because we should. There's been years of opportunity in the making here. But in so doing, we also learned from that and are excited about the fact that there's community-wide discussion about, not because a district is providing, and we should, but how can we start to build that into preparation programs for our administrators more deeply, for our teachers more deeply, and the op-ed pieces and other pieces that you all have seen in and around this topic. When we have this could be a potential model that really provides better ripples for a system, not only for students in Austin ISD, but overall, because then if this becomes a priority 1A, not because of an issue for other folks, then that's going to lead to better outcomes for students with disabilities. And so that's how we try to frame it, and we've learned quite a bit in so doing these sessions, with all folks, but with our administrators as well as our teachers, we've heard that feedback in where they said, I wasn't fully aware of all of this. This was built in, I had most recently done this as a teacher. Mm-hmm. And that is really feedback to us that can't be left to chance. It needs to really be built with great intention on the front end, and that requires systemic moves of time and space and structure that we've been very, not only fortunate, but very pleased to see that our system sort of bend and create those conditions in those spaces overall. And then the plans that we have in place are multi-year plans, and so obviously they'll be a part of future onboarding, et cetera, so that any of the things we need to erode within our system, we want to make the right things in the water, start to build it and bake it in for our team members.
Good. Thank you for that. That's very exciting to hear. And I know this is a really heavy lift for the people who are closest to our students, and really appreciate the time, and glad to hear that you're getting good response and that it's building something that will make us stronger, better, and help our students. So thank you for that. I'm really glad to hear that, and look forward to the ongoing conversation about that.
Thank you. So you're not Trustee Hunter, do you have anything? Sure.
So I want to echo what the other trustees have said, and I've talked about this a million times. What do we get from the progress? Like, that's awesome. So maybe I was at a 3, now I'm at a 5, but I need to be at a 37. We're definitely, when we go and look at our scorecard, 100% need to do something about that. That's commentary. The actual question is, you mentioned Power Hour. How well is, you said with one meeting, like the introduction to receiving special education services, 100 people showed up. On an average, how many people are showing up to this thing?
Well, and I do want to shout out Superintendent or Interim Superintendent Segura, because he did put that in a message out. So I definitely think that helped boost folks coming and attending and just being aware. Because we do share this information with principals, like I said, our parent support specialists, our special education teachers to share with families. And we do have this on our website, but it always helps for you guys to publicize and share as well with our community members and with your community members. On average, our virtual sessions are actually more well attended, and we're typically getting between 30 and 40 persons. Our in-person sessions are less well attended. So we go back and forth. Like 1 month we offer virtual, and then the next month we'll offer in person. We typically offer in person at 2 different sites, but they're just less well attended. Most parents or most community members prefer, what the data shows, prefer to attend virtually.
Yeah, that's telling to me. So probably, if it hurts when you put your hand on the stove, don't put your hand on the stove.
Yeah.
So we could learn from that.
Yeah.
You said they were in the middle of the day, 12 to 1, and then at 6 and 7.
Yes.
So when people are at work and when people are at home trying to get cooking.
Yeah.
I would like the district to take some statistical data, if possible, about the attendees, because I promise you it's not the people that we're underserving always. It's people who have the privilege of time and the privilege of wealth. And by wealth, I mean you could take off in the middle of the day and go to a meeting, right? Or you could be at your desk and tune in. When we look at who we're not serving, it is economically disadvantaged students, and then fill in the category behind that, and one of them is students who receive special education services. Mm-hmm. It's like a code you have to crack, right? And we're not helping parents crack that code. If you know, then you get what you get. If you don't know, then your kid ain't getting it either. And that's not what our values are. Our values are that every student, no matter where they are in our school, what they need, we're serving them well. I'm not saying stop a program, because that's not my job. What I am saying is look at where we are expending our resources and where can we get literally the biggest bang for our buck. Not meaning actual dollars, but where can we reach the most parents we probably could do better about like attaching on to, help me with the name, loving language, love, learning, Trustee Zapata?
Oh, lead with love.
Lead with love, right? Showing up at one of Trustee Zapata's Lead with Love and say, hey, because I promise you, overwhelmingly, there's going to be a lot of students who are receiving special education services. Like, you're going to get, this lady got a reach, right? In January, Loud is helping me do Information Roadshow, Parent University, little pilot. I'd love for you guys to come to our vertical team and do a little ABC 1, 2, 3 about that in D1. So that's a we're gonna give people some food, we're gonna keep their kids, and we're gonna give them some information, that inside track that normally they would not have about the whole district, right? Like how to leverage this school district to your advantage, which is what some of us already know, right? It's that hidden knowledge. So keep on doing all of the things, but like copy yourself. I know this, like, hey, I'm just one person, or just 5 people, but where can we get the biggest bang for our buck when it comes to getting that information out? And I believe that we also, according to our agreed order, are supposed to be reaching out to community members anyway. So that's just like money in the bank on top of money in the bank. So would really love for the if the superintendent and you guys could get together. How can, I believe you're now doing Lead with Love, is that correct?
Yes.
So look, you've got D6, D2, D1. Well, I make up half the district anyway. That's 28 people, 28 schools where you have an in already. And I promise you, those communities would love, because otherwise, again, if we're gonna say, come to something during dinner time or stop cooking dinner so that you can attend this, that's what some chicken, you could always get a box of chicken. And help parents. And then we're gonna provide childcare, so now you can actually hear what we're saying so you can serve your child. And I think as we think about that outreach, those are the things that are really, really necessary. I appreciate what you do, and I would love for you to support all of it.
I just want to share appreciation for you saying that, Trustee Hunter, because you're illustrating one of the guiding principles of inclusion. Mm-hmm. And one of the guiding principles of inclusion really, I don't have the exact term that I'm trying to say, but is that you're building that in on the front end, right? So if there is anything that we can not only be invited to, but built in on the front end, so that PTAs are thinking that way. It's not an afterthought, but it's on the front end for students and families and communities. That's the experience we're starting to get now. Sometimes it's awareness, right? Even with our parent support specialists, and they're like, oh, I can build in more on that. I wasn't even realizing. So that's what we want to continue to create in the water. So you're modeling that by saying that. And we will figure out any and all ways to be a part of any rotation, to be connected to the community, because we want to, this is a word that's coming to me tonight, so like demystify or make it understood for families to know that they are appreciated as partners, and I know that there are cases we got a lot of work to do there, right? And we've got trust to work on over time, but it comes with forging in those spaces. So absolutely, with Interim Superintendent Segura's support and your all support, you're really modeling. If we build that on the front end, we'll figure out a way, or we'll build capacity where the whole system can start to, which is the true desire, speak the language and have mutual understanding of how we can do better things for kids.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
Dr. Reach, has Dr. Kaufman texted you or anything?
I would like to comment, yes.
Oh, hey, Dr. Kaufman. Trustee Kaufman, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, just a comment. Thank you, Dr. Robinette and Dr. Lee and team for the work on this. I just want to make a very short comment, and that is that as we continue this challenging work with monumental goals to achieve, on behalf of kids, I just want to encourage us as a district and as a team to continue looking at different levels of the speed of this work. And I'm looking at 4 different levels. One level is the compliance. Are we doing what we were required to do by the TEA order and by state and federal law? But more, that's essential, but more essential, I think, is that we're meeting the needs of students. And so the three other levels, number two is that we're developing, continuing the work to develop really solid individualized education plans collaboratively with parents and with students and teachers, so that we can achieve the unique goals that each student has that will help them to be successful with their goals in life. But at the third level, that we continue this kind of slow and steady grind that constitutes public education these days, where we're looking for this building the foundation, doing the slow work to get the little gains and try to build a foundation so we can eventually get to the top. But while we're doing all those three things, I want us to continue, like they say, there's no silver bullet, but, and that we have to just do the work, but there are new inventions and there are innovative ways that we can find to do things. We can get from one place to another in this world faster now because we've invented cars and airplanes. What are the cars and airplanes that we can invent as a district for our special education services so that we can get 100% of our students to high achievement in a short amount of time, and that we don't have to wait for years to see, step-by-step progress. So I just really want us to encourage our entire team to continue looking at all those levels and let's get where we need to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Kaufman. Trustee Lugo.
Really more so just to echo what was said. I found, first of all, I really appreciate your response to the conversation that Trustee Hunter's comments generated. Seeing the connection between right, the inclusivity piece and, how are we all going to work together? Because, ultimately it really is a huge lift, and I just hope y'all and the team members, top to bottom, know, again, this is a lot of work, and we appreciate y'all tremendously, and the partnership that y'all have with us, and put us to work, right? Put us to work. And sometimes same thing, right? We can't always make the purse bigger, but there's other things that maybe we can do to try to support. And I love the crack the code. I was like, you know what? I'll go to crack the code. I'll go to that. Slice of pizza, crack the code. I don't have to cook. Y'all take care of my kids. I'm ready. All right. But I could probably Zoom too, but the pizza and the crack the code, that's what got me. So thank you for generating that conversation, and thank you for the response.
Okay, so we did round one. Trustees on this side, anyone have anything? Nope. Okay, how about to my right? You're all good? Okay, Trustee Kaufman, last call. All right, thank you. Thank you all very much. Very informative.
Thank you.
Okay, one more big agenda item. Tonight's a really heavy agenda. I know. Okay, so the next one is multilingual education report, 60 minutes is allotted for it. This yearly update is part of our commitment for program monitoring of the district multilingual education programs. Policy EHBE, which is actually one of the first policies that I got to vote on and help pass when I joined the board, and Texas Education Code 29.053 require an annual evaluation of multilingual programs. While we will not go through the full report, we do want to share that the administration has uploaded that report to tonight's agenda. And I did say we have scheduled 60 minutes for tonight's discussion, but I just wanted trustees to know that this actually will be counting against us in terms of our student outcomes discussions for LSG purposes, just as an FYI. So just if you want to keep that in mind. So Mr. Segura, can you take us through the report?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms. Yvette Cardenas, and Executive Director of Elementary Multilingual Education, and Dr. Cody Fernandez, Executive Director of Secondary Multilingual Education, to come up and share the report and answer any questions the board may have. Take it away.
Right now. Okay, Vice President Foster has a point of privilege, please.
Just as a point of privilege, I do understand we're counting minutes and all that other stuff, and I want us to honor the topic on the table, and we should talk about it for whatever amount of time feels appropriate.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Singh, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Segura. I am Cody Fernandez. I'm the Executive Director of Secondary Multilingual Education. And I have with me
Good evening, President Singh, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Segura. My name is Yvette Cardenas, and I am the Executive Director of Elementary Multilingual Education.
So this evening, we are going to provide information about multilingual programming using the program monitoring information that is identified in EHBE Local. This slide provides a summary of the information that we'll be sharing this evening. So I want to begin by sharing with you information about home languages and our district bilingual programs. This slide shows the number of students for the languages that we are required to offer bilingual programs for per Chapter 89. They are Pashto, Arabic, Mandarin, and Vietnamese. We excluded Spanish because the numbers were so large that the other languages would look very small. But Spanish is, of course, included in these numbers. We have two policies that we use to determine if we will offer bilingual education programs in pre-K through 5. They are Chapter 89 in the State Board of Education rules and EHBE Local. Chapter 89 states that each school district that has an enrollment of 20 students at the same grade level in the same language classification that are identified as emergent bilingual students, that district shall have a bilingual program for those students. If a district is unable to provide the program, then an application for a bilingual exception needs to be filed in November with the state of Texas. The reason that a district may need to file that application could be a variety of reasons. One reason might be that there's a vacancy in a position that requires a bilingual teacher. One might be that there is a teacher, but the teacher is not currently bilingual certified. And another situation might be that the district doesn't have that bilingual program in place. And that is the case for Pashto and Arabic. The state of Texas does not currently have a certification program for Pashto, so we're not able to offer that in any district in Texas currently. We know that the exploration for an Arabic program is an opportunity for growth. We do already offer Mandarin, Vietnamese, and Spanish, as you all know. EHBE Local states that the preferred model for bilingual education in the district are one-way and two-way dual language. In EHBE Local, it states that each elementary campus that has an enrollment of 18 or more students identified as emergent bilinguals within the same classification in the same grade level shall offer a dual language program. When we consider what is written in EHBE Local, we would not be required to offer a bilingual program in either Pashto or Arabic because there is not a group of 18 students that are in one grade level at one of our campuses. The numbers that you see on this slide here are numbers that are represented across the district for each campus, most campuses have mostly fewer than 5 in each grade level. The dual language model is the model for all of our campuses, with the exception of 5 campuses that are currently sunsetting the late exit model. Each of those campuses have shifted to dual language from primary through 3rd grade. And so I'm going to turn it over to my partner here to share some information about the dual language data collection tool.
Thank you. So per HBE Local, the multilingual education team is required to report on classroom observation data. In the spring of last year, we began to develop an elementary dual language data collection tool with our dual language task force that is made up of campus and district administrators. During the spring of 2023, 17 elementary campuses piloted the dual language data collection tool, which resulted in feedback to shift from using an ad hoc form located in the online appraisal platform to a section under the PPFT informal walkthrough section. During the summer of 2023, campus administrators participated in the Understanding the Dual Language Data Collection Tool session and practiced identifying indicators using examples and non-examples so the session could be turned around to their own campuses. Campus teachers and instructional staff attended the Understanding the Dual Language Data Collection session provided in August. The timeline to collect baseline data was quick, as campus administrators were asked to conduct classroom observations within the first 7 weeks of school. Our next steps include meeting with each dual language administrator to go over the data collected, determine glows and grows, and strengthen calibration. Additionally, the multilingual education team will provide just-in-time professional learning sessions and coaching based on data trends. Other steps include identifying exemplar teachers for the creation of exemplar videos and peer observations, as well as establishing a trainer of teacher model to provide the Understanding the Dual Language Data Collection Tool session to new to profession and new to Austin ISD, or as a refresher. What you see here on this slide are the numbers of participants in the various categories of professional learning that our team provided for the 22-23 school year. Per Chapter 89, we must have a comprehensive professional learning plan that is targeted to teachers that are on exceptions and waivers. Some of the areas we identified for the comprehensive PL plan, or professional learning plan, are included in our focus for the 23-24 school year.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about student performance. This data that you see here is all students as reported by TEA, and it's not limited to the accountability snapshot. It's important to note that when we look at this slide, it is a general summary of emergent bilingual performance, and we are still waiting for TAPER and RDA reports. When we look at our data across 2019, 2022, and 2023, we see that we still have work to be done to return to pre-pandemic scores, especially in math, and that's a trend that we see across the district. We do have some small gains in English 1 and English 2 EOC. For reading 3 through 8, the losses were not as significant as what we saw for math, but we continue to decrease, and it is definitely an area that we know we need to do some work in and collaborate across, and as we collaborate across departments. This next slide is about English language development. In 22-23, we served 22,756 emergent bilingual students. That was approximately 30% of the total Austin ISD student population. What you see on the slide are the composite scores, which means this is a combination of listening, speaking, reading, and writing on TELPAS for students that are emergent bilinguals in grades K through 12. The data demonstrates a plateau that we see that our students, as they reach intermediate level, they plateau. We can see this, right? Intermediate scores stay fairly static and increase even at secondary. This could be due to a variety of reasons, including larger numbers of newcomer students at the secondary level and also levels of support. When our team provides support to campuses, and to teachers specifically, we are emphasizing the need for language production. So writing and speaking are big areas of focus for our team as we work with teachers. We know that providing targeted and structured opportunities to use language as students are acquiring it is a necessary piece to this puzzle. some of the other systems that we put in place at secondary is that we have recently put language development pathways in place that identify English course sequences specifically for emergent bilinguals that all campuses are using. And so those are just a few of the examples of things that we're doing to make sure to provide some support.
Thank you. So the partner language development. Chapter 89 and EHBE local policy require that we monitor partner language growth. We don't have data to report, and we know we have work to do in this area. We are in the process of reestablishing partner language assessments in collaboration with our dual language task force. And this slide provides that timeline and work. In 2022-23, we asked teachers to enter comments in the comment section of report cards for the Spanish-English dual language program. This wasn't ideal because it didn't allow us to pull reports or begin to see overall trends. This school year, we are making shifts in how we report the holistic scores by adding them to an online assessment platform. We are hopeful this will give us the capacity to pull reports and see partner language data on a larger scale. The Mandarin English dual language program currently has an online assessment that is given to 2nd and 5th grade students. An online assessment was utilized in the past for a small group of Spanish-English dual language 5th grade students. We would now like to provide an online language proficiency assessment to all 5th graders participating in the Spanish-English dual language program. So we are working closely with our dual language task force that is comprised of campus and district administrators to reestablish the online assessment in Spanish, as well as establishing an online assessment for our Vietnamese English dual language program. We will, of course, continue to maintain the Mandarin assessment. Moving forward, we would like to establish online checkpoints at 2 grade levels in elementary and at 2 grade levels in middle school. Family engagement. The multilingual education team participates in various district-wide activities throughout the year, such as the Austin ISD Showcase, Family Academy, and Up Close. In addition to that, we are an integral part of the Latino Academic Achievement Awards, with our team spearheading the efforts of the event in collaboration with the communications team. We recently reorganized our International Welcome Center to provide a more comprehensive approach to family involvement and engagement by ensuring that our team of family liaisons is able to provide more extensive support that can help families understand and be able to guide their students as they embark on their schooling career in the United States. In addition to creating a strong team of family liaisons, we have also added a counselor to the team at the International Welcome Center. This position has become an essential part of ensuring that families and students have a strong understanding of the many aspects and requirements at the high school level. This includes things like supporting scheduling recommendations and reviewing student transcripts to partner with campus counselors in graduation meetings. Finally, we have a new position this year that is posted. It is a part-time position for a multilingual education family liaison. We hope to hire soon. This position was developed to help us create stronger relationships and partnerships with families.
So last year, we had the second year of students that we were able to recognize that were students that had continued in our dual language program through their entire high school career. And so those students were recognized with the Austin ISD Dual Language Seal of Biliteracy. The first year, we had 30 students, and in 2023, we had 40 students. This year, we have over 50 students that are working towards that recognition. Additionally, we continue to recognize those students who meet the state criteria in the Texas Performance Acknowledgement in Bilingualism and Biliteracy. And our team is currently exploring the Global Seal of Biliteracy. we shall see. But it is definitely something we're exploring. And that's all we have for this evening. We definitely thank you for your support and your time, and now we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So now we will start with Trustee Zapata and go this way. So Trustee Zapata, any questions or comments? No. Okay. Trustee Boswell?
Thank you both for this. I really want to share appreciation for all that you're doing and for sharing this tonight. I have just a couple of questions. First, the Welcome Center, that's beautiful, the richness that you're bringing to that. I know that's been an important part of our district for a long time. I know our community welcomes people from all around the world, refugees, immigrants, people here for all kinds of reasons, sometimes in really difficult circumstances. And being a district that gives that warm, supportive, understanding welcome and really brings people in is beautiful. So thank you for that. And thank you for the family liaison. I know this is we talked about the mysteries involving CCMR and choices, and I think there are similar mysteries with multilingual education, and I know we've been working hard at that, so thank you for that. And I'm wondering, the question, are we seeing, because of our efforts, greater diversity in the native English speakers in Austin who are choosing multilingual education for their students? I know we were really working to increase the number of African American families who were taking advantage of the opportunities. And I'm wondering if we're seeing things come out of that.
We are still gathering information for this year's enrollment, and as you know, we're leading into the snapshot date, so we're still gathering that information, and we can provide that later.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and then my second question is for you, Dr. Fernandez, and it is, we know that a lot of our kids who start with dual language in elementary school maybe continue through middle school and then maybe choose a high school that's not a dual language high school. And we know that kids who've worked very hard to become biliterate, bicultural, bilingual, want to continue in that language. And what are we doing to ensure that they have opportunities even at a high school that's not dual language to not lose that language? And I speak as someone who worked really, really hard to lose Spanish and know that when I don't use it, I lose it.
Absolutely.
So thank you for information about that.
Yeah, so I'll mention the choice sheets that we were discussing earlier with the CCMR presentation. So one of the things that we've really tried to do is make sure that on our world languages section, that those courses that we would typically offer at a dual language campus that are that language track are also available at all of our other high schools. So we know that that will begin to at least provide families an option to see, oh, this is a course that I could take. My student's already taken AP language in 8th grade, right? What are the other options? And we really don't recommend AP literature right away for 9th graders. Some kids do fine, but it's not typically our recommendation. And so we have an advanced Spanish language track that is currently listed and available in our course guide as well. So we have some resources for families to kind of know what they could select, but it really does start with that universal choice sheet and being able to see that those are options. In addition to that, we've worked very hard to have conversations with various principals and making sure that they know that those are options, right? That we don't have to follow that traditional track. And many of our students, not just that have participated in dual language, we have a lot of Spanish-speaking students across the district, could definitely benefit from having opportunities to jump into higher level courses. So it's definitely something that we've been working on and making progress. Still work to be done, though.
Thank you very much. That's it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation. So a couple of questions. One is, I just wanted to make sure I understood that with this tool, we still don't know yet, like, the level of implementation of dual language, like are we meeting the 50% in the partner language? Like, that's kind of one of the purposes of the tool, is that correct?
It is. It has, the tool has 7 elements, and then there are indicators, so there's a range within those elements.
Okay.
So we have collected that baseline data. We'll start to talk with principals, right, also about what we saw in the data so that we're able to support.
Okay, so we do have that baseline data. Is that something that, that can be shared, or are you waiting to talk to principals first, or?
No, I mean, I don't see any reason why we couldn't be able to share that with the trustees as a board update. I mean, I think what the trustees I suspect what the trustees are wanting to understand is, given the tool, given that it was adopted in the spring and trained on in the summer and being rolled out in the fall, what does that baseline data look like? And we can certainly share that with the trustees, and then we can also talk about at the next update or next board update, the work that's going on with the principals to ensure that, if there are gaps identified, how those are going to be addressed and mitigated, and then any continuing efforts. So we can absolutely provide that.
I appreciate that, and I think you read my mind a little bit, because I think that is where I'm really interested in, is getting, as we get these yearly updates, it is very helpful for us to have a clear sort of at a glance for each of these key features, and I think you've touched on a lot of them. And if there is a way that we can just give us just a quick, literally a little table, this is where we were in October of 2023 with each of these key elements, and then we can compare okay, October 2024, so we can just kind of see that progress will be really helpful, I think, from our governing role, so we're not getting too into the weeds about the how. For me personally, I just want to know okay, where are we with our policy? Are we actually implementing it? I want to know, what percentage of our campuses are at that 50% mark? And I know you guys want to know that too, and you have some baseline data, and then that way, as you're setting targets, we can then at least just be informed at how that's going, and if we need to maybe put more resources in, or, as a board, or if there's things that we could be doing to support that work, that will help pave the way for that. One of the things that I recall looking at a couple, when I first came on the board a few years ago, was I noticed that if a child was emergent bilingual and they attended a school that was a Title I school, they were actually less likely to be in a two-way dual language than if they were not in a Title I school, which seemed a bit strange, because if the research is showing that a two-way dual language program is the most effective for our emergent bilingual students, then why wouldn't we have more of them in a two-way program? So that, I would be curious about that. That's not exactly in our policy, but that is something that's kind of bugged me for a while, is why, I want to just be sure from an equity lens, are the kids who are getting, that are sort of the best type of program, which is two-way, are they actually, the kids that need it, are they actually in that, or is that just something that is, you only get if you're in a certain part of town or in a certain school? So I would be curious about that. Also, about our policy talks about continuous enrollment, from K through whatever, 5th grade, I think. And so that's another piece of the policy that I'd kind of want us to be tracking, is our students getting continuous exposure to a dual language program. I know staffing is always a challenge for this, and that's part of the reason why we invested in, staffing in our last budget cycle. So I'm curious to know how that has played out in the implementation of our policy. Same thing with the family engagement. It was helpful to see the list of family engagement, but looking at that, I don't know if that's good or bad. And that's what I'm trying to get from a board perspective is, it all looks great, but if it's only 4 or 5% of parents that are being engaged, then maybe that provides a little bit more context. So I'd be curious to know what you all feel like. Is that, are you getting the what are your goals for participation, and then how are we meeting them? So that's those are just some examples of what I think about as I'm thinking about, like, is our board policy being implemented? And that's the lens I'm sort of looking through. But I appreciate the work that's done. I know it's a hugely heavy lift, and I feel hopeful that we're finally collecting the data we need to get this information. So thank you for that. Vice President Foster?
Good.
Okay. Trustee Hunter?
Thank you. Good evening. Cody and I worked together, and I called her a bunch when I was trying to get that Spanish class, so she's probably tired of hearing from me. One piece of comment for Trustee Singh. I've spent the day teaching about communicative and grammar-based approach, crashing and Cummins, so I have done my part. 3 different school districts, teachers, we spent the day learning how to better support those students. And so more passionate than ever about ESL and bilingual education. I'm really sort of wondering, and I know this is the wave and we cannot stop it, but we need to really think carefully about this. We are assessing young children using this device. And I wonder, because remember we have BICS and we have CALPS. So we have the language that, for non-teachers, the language that kids learn really fast. Like, hey, dude, what's happening? No, man, what's going on? Versus the academic language, right? And then we give them a device and kind of say, take this test. I'm worried that the data could be skewed, not because of their ability to acquire L2, right? But to master the device. Example, both of my children had a Mac before I ever had a Mac, right? Like I did that for them. Daughter, digital arts major, now a cinematic arts major. Took a test and was like, I didn't know there was a calculator. Nobody told you? No. Teacher sat down and like, take the test. I'm like, oh my God. That's crazy that at some point you didn't say, hey, here are the buttons, here are the things, this is where you find the thing, so that you get that out of your system so that you're not like, ooh, a ruler, I can make everything, or I can make everything yellow, right? Because I feel like that might happen if we do not put those, like, do some upfront work, and then we don't have the data that we need, and we have kids showing up as maybe beginner or intermediate when they might not be. So, I'm glad I never had to, do tail pass as far as grading it, right? Did do it in my class. And I know that that's a pain, and the computer probably is better and faster at it, but I don't know that we're getting good information because, and maybe it's better because now we don't have to have everybody in a room to calibrate what it should look like. The computer's gonna calibrate it, but what data are we actually getting? So I don't know, like, I don't have an answer for that. Like, y'all will use all y'all's brain powers, but we want good data to know where our kids are. And I don't know that we'll get that by putting, an 8-year-old, even though we think that we use the words digital natives, they're not, right? Because we're thinking about kids that are newcomers. This may be the first device that they've ever had personally their own, right? And so I'm just like thinking about those kinds of things because we want that good data, because if we don't know what's going on, then we're giving the wrong supports. And that's gonna hurt us like on another end. So when we talk about multilingual education, I think about all those things, and I wonder like what we're thinking about. Like, I'm sure y'all have thought of all of this. You're like, we already fixed that. But I felt like I really wanted to talk about that because I want that good data for our emerging bilingual students. And we want them in the right place. And, like I said, I've been teaching, so I'm like all back in this. And we want that, right there where it's not just out of their reach, but they can still make it. So thank you. If you have any, like you got the problem solved, you could tell me too.
I wish I could tell you that I did, right? But what you bring up are very great points. We have shifted TELPAS to be a holistic assessment in the last, 5-6 years to everything is now online. And so you're exactly right. It is a big adjustment. And, that is definitely an area where our teams work with, teachers trying to talk about making sure students have access to what that assessment looks like. Certainly there's a practice assessment, but even on a daily basis, using the computer in the way that they would record themselves, just simply recording themselves is a big deal, right? And we know that sometimes students won't speak clearly. So you bring up some great points, and they're definitely things that we think about a lot on our team. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Next, we have Trustee Kaufman. No questions? Okay. I'm shocked. Okay. You're good. What does that mean? Okay, you're good. All right. So, Trustee Lugo.
First, I am shocked. I'm shocked too. Thank y'all. Couple of quick questions. So help me understand a little bit more about the global seal. Like, what does that mean, and what does it take to get there?
So I can't tell you all the details because it's pretty exploratory right now, but there are other districts around us that are using it and using it as a recognition. I think the benefits that I know right now are that it's similar to the performance acknowledgement that we have at the state level, but it doesn't require a student to be reclassified from being an emergent bilingual, which is a bit of an issue that we have with the performance acknowledgement at the state level. And so it is a way for students, they could take an AP exam, and most of our students are taking AP in 8th grade as dual language students, and even some of our students that are non-dual language students, we encourage them to get into that AP Spanish class as quickly as they can because they typically can do very, very well, right? And so that is one of the criteria. There are other ways. I think IB is another one. So there are a lot of different ways that they could earn the seal, but the good news of it is that they could actually earn it a little bit earlier. We wouldn't have to wait until graduation. We could potentially recognize some of our students at 8th grade, which would be a really great way to because just as you shared, some of our kids don't continue in dual language in high school. So to be able to recognize that they have done it through 8th grade would be a great thing. And I know our community has asked for that a few times. So we're exploring. It's pretty early phases, but I think, I anticipate by the end of the year we'll have a good answer.
All right, great. That is exciting. Let's see. The other part is, I'm going to save my comments for later, but I guess two questions. The same one I'm going to keep asking, for future communication, what would what would be an ideal scenario in terms of the board's support for the work that y'all are doing, budgetarily or otherwise? And then I think my question was really around for the campuses where students aren't able to access like high school bilingual courses. I'd be interested to learn a little bit more about, what are some ways that campuses might on their own find ways to kind of fill the gap. I don't know if there's like bilingual clubs, or I don't know what there might be at the high school level. And then the other thing is the conversation around bilingualism or multilingualism and CCMR and SPED. Like, there's a real connection there. So I'm totally confused why these minutes count against us. And if we're allowed to understand and communicate that publicly, I would love that. And if we're not allowed to communicate that publicly tonight, if we can communicate that in the future, because that's a little perplexing.
Thank you. Trustee Kaufman, I'll get you on the next go-around, if that's okay. Trustee Willie-Chu? Okay. Anyone else on this side want a second comment? This side? Okay. Trustee Kaufman, it's all yours.
Well, I just want to say that as I understand the rules for the Lone Star governance, the reason that this doesn't count for our minutes is because it's not one of our scorecard goals. And so it's on us as the board to ensure that our scorecard measures, which indicate what the highest priorities are for us as a district, that we do specify achievement of our emergent bilingual students, which is something that our current scorecard fails to do. So it's on us to make sure that we put this in our goals so it does count towards our minutes in the future.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's everyone. Thank you so much for a great presentation. Really appreciate your time. Okay. I think we can now move to the consent agenda. So I did want to mention to trustees that the administration has obtained a change to one of the employee proposed terminations. It was changed to a resignation, so we have an amended executive session attachment on 11.1. I wanted to see if trustees had any consent items that they would like to pull for a separate vote.
I'd like to pull item 12.1, the determination of the use of chaplains, under Senate Bill 763 to make a very small change in the language that was suggested through a conversation with our general counsel, Mr. Kenneth Walker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items to pull? Okay, great. Let's see. Okay, so Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda, pulling item 11.1 and 12.1.
Okay, and I believe you actually have to list the items, correct?
Oh,
You have
here we
to
go,
list the
yes.
numbers? Okay.
Here we are. Yes. Okay. I move to approve. I wasn't looking at my script. I move to approve items 8.1 through 8.4, 9.1 through 9.9, 10.1 through 10.8, 11.2 through 11.4.
Okay, and I think you can include 11.1 in that.
Oh, and 11.1. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so trustees, is there any discussion on any of these consent items? All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent items. Now it's my turn. Let's see. Oops. 8 Yes, 8.1 through 8.4, 9.1 through 9.9, 10.1 through 10.8, 11.1 through 11.4. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. I see you. Okay, we will now move to those items that were pulled from the agenda, and we'll start, which was 12.1, determination of the use of chaplains under Senate Bill 763. So do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve item 12.1 with the following change to the attachment. In the resolution, in the portion that says, be it further resolved that the Austin Independent School District does not authorize hiring chaplains for counselors or mental and behavioral health roles. I'd like to add the language that says based on their credentials as chaplains to that sentence.
Okay. And can you tell me where in the resolution that is?
Yes, let me pull it up. It's near the end of the resolution.
I see. That's perfect.
It is the last one under passed and approved. It's that first sentence, be it further resolved, after mental and behavioral health roles, to add the language based on their credentials as chaplains.
Okay, very good. And that resonates with what I heard in the info session, which was we welcome people who have the proper credentials.
Yes.
I believe it was Trustee Hunter that made that point.
Yes, and the language says that, but this is really to make it really clear, because that sentence suggested without that language after a conversation with Mr. Walker.
And the exact words were based on
their credentials as chaplains.
Credentials as, I'm sure Dr. Reach has this down. Yes. Okay. All right, so, all right, is there any other discussion on this item? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, am I doing it right? Second to the motion, correct, okay. So having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to add the phrase based on their credentials as chaplains to the sentence in the resolution. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you to our council general counsel for catching that and helping with that. Okay, so now, okay, where I am. Okay, so now we are going to go to the abstention items for a separate vote. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve items 13.1 and 13.2?
Yes, I move to approve item 13.1, approval of an interlocal agreement between the University of Texas at Austin and Austin ISD for kindergarten literacy support, and item 13.2, interlocal agreement between Austin Independent School District and the University of Texas Project Males, mentoring to achieve Latino educational success.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All right, trustees, are there any discussion on these items? Okay, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve items 13.1 and 13.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, those opposed and those abstaining. Okay, we have 2 abstentions from Trustees Foster and Kaufman. The motion passes with 7 in favor and the 2 abstaining. Thank you. Okay, so normally we would end our meetings at this time. However, we have a work session. We're calling it a work session. And I would like to propose like a 5-minute break, if that's okay. Is 5 minutes enough? Can we just take a 5-minute break? Because I know a bunch of our staff are going to leave too anyway. So let's take a 5-minute pause before we go into our last public item, which is a work session on Lone Star governance. Thank you. Outcomes, and so we're gonna have to change some of our things with regards to our like how we think about policy, how we think about our agenda setting, how we think about just how we spend our time and how we anchor our discussions in student outcomes. And so just to give a little recap, Ashley Paz, our LSG coach from the Council of Great City Schools, talked to some of the trustees and to our superintendent, and came up with the first draft of the implementation timeline, which I very much appreciated, and I especially appreciated her willingness to continue to tinker with this and really tailor it more to our needs. And so I know that our superintendent and staff, you all have listened to some of the concerns from the trustees. You have gone through, my understanding is you've gone through the draft from Ashley, and sort of tweaked it some more, and we're just really going to go through all of that, and this is really our opportunity to ask questions, and if there's something in this that you don't understand or you don't like, or you feel like, hey, are you sure, like what are some of the unintended consequences of this, like let's talk about it, because we are going to vote on this in November, and we are going to be held to this. The expectation is if we vote for this and we adopt this, we're going to do it. Superintendent Segura and Dr. Reach.
Yeah, we'll take it
do your
away.
thing.
So thank you, President Singh, for the introduction of the work that's taken place over the last week or so. As you mentioned, Ashley Paz, our Lone Star governance coach, did provide us a draft milestone schedule, and it is it's the intent that the overall schedule, which will be approved in November, is approved by the board. And so one of the things that myself and Jacob and the rest of the team really wanted to do was to go through the milestone schedule and make sure that it aligned with just how we know the board typically works. Whether it's just the frequency of board meetings or how might a ad hoc committee come together, when a recommendation may come forward, and just really applying not only the way that y'all work, but also just the general cadence and flow of the school year itself, right? And so what we did is we went through the milestones, which were in the original document. We made some adjustments, not only in when they occur by way of date, but also in some instances around the language, right? We really wanted these to be specific milestones. So they would designate the beginning of an action, the end of an action, or a deliverable that was going to be submitted to the state of Texas through the TEA. And so what we can do, I think, is just go through the milestone schedule. I want you to know that our focus was from now through the end of the fiscal year or June of 2024. The idea there is that some of the things that are further out, fall of 2024 and into 25 and 26, there are many things that would occur in the first 9 months that would actually determine those kind of milestones that are further out. So we felt strongly that let's just get through the first 9 months, I guess through June. Let's have consensus, provide that feedback back to Ashley, and then in the near future, prior to board approval, make adjustments post-June 2024. And I also want to kind of reiterate that we do have the opportunity to go back and amend the milestone schedule at some point in the future. We think that it's needed. And again, just want to make sure that that was understood. So what we did is we took the milestone schedule, which is provided to us, we actually pulled it into a smart sheet. And so Jacob, it actually has it pulled up right now. You'll see it's organized in a very similar fashion where you have kind of the Lone Star governance section that is tied to the milestone. You see the description of the milestone. Again, some of those have been refined for clarity purposes. We have an owner, we have a due date, deliverable category, and then a percent complete. A percent complete is not included in the original document. We went ahead and added that because, hey, y'all have done some things, so we need to begin to track it. We also created a dashboard, and that dashboard will begin to track kind of the progression of these milestones as we hit them to ensure that we're always being kind of in timeline and in sync with the order. And we'll commit to reporting that out to y'all and to our community so that everybody understands where we are along the way and what to expect as we move through this together. And so I'm going to pause there and see if Jacob, you'd like to say anything before we kind of get rolling.
Yeah, I would like to just center us a little bit on the document up here and explain some of what we're looking at. So your Lone Star Governance Coach, Ashley Paz, had provided a draft that we were able to work from, and through that we started doing some color coding, and we've continued that on. And so one thing I want to make clear are probably, so there's 5 different colors, but one really important one is what we see as kind of the yellow beige color. Those are TEA order deliverables. We don't have the ability to move those around. You could potentially do them earlier. We would not be able to do them later. And so that's kind of step one. We got to work around those. We got to plan towards some of those. Step 2 is some of these green Lone Star governance deliverables. And there is flexibility with that. There are a few things that Lone Star governance says, here's what you must do to earn where you come up in the implementation to score the meets or score the masters of the approaches. But how you get to those is really a discussion for the board. So some of these will lead you to the higher levels. Some of them are just preparation or what either Lone Star Governance or the Council of Great City Schools sees as a best practice. And so that's something that we can have further discussion on. These board votes, the ones that are in red, are just the actions that we need to take to do one of those other items. So either it's to accomplish one of those Lone Star Governance items or accomplish one of those TEA order deliverables. So however that board vote aligns with another action, we could potentially move. But again, we're probably talking about doing something earlier instead of doing something later. And then the blue and the gray are planning for blue, implementation for gray. So again, it's just leading up to those other items going forward. So that's how we look at those colors. One big change that we made from last week is last week, all the due dates were based off of the end of the month. We spent some time to really figure out when are the board meetings, when do we need to plan for those board meetings, because obviously we may have a due date of 10/31, but we don't have a meeting on 10/31. So if we, for instance, didn't do it tonight, we kind of lost our chance for October. So we went and redid all those dates to when is the actual board meeting. So that way we know that, hey, if we need to do this in December, well, right now our last board meeting is December 14th. So if we're not ready by the 14th, either we're not going to get it done or we need to schedule another meeting. So that should help us think through the calendar a little bit more tightly with what our actual dates are. And then as Mr. Segura mentioned, we've built this out through the end of the school year, but this calendar goes longer than that. And some of these other items we know are things that need to get done, but there's probably a lot more flexibility in those items because there's going to be things like a new scorecard, a new monitoring document that we know are going to come about. And when those come about, it may dictate different things on this calendar. So for instance, the scorecard is probably the one that's on a lot of our minds because as President Singh mentioned, speaking to those student outcomes is one of the requirements. And whatever we come up is new scorecard student outcomes, we're going to have to come up with a new calendar on when they are scheduled out throughout the year to ensure that we're getting to that 50% per month. Because again, we could create a calendar that just wouldn't get you to that 50%. That would not be helpful. So some of that will change as well once we have the new scorecard or the retooled scorecard. Some of it may change once we know here's how we're going to be monitoring. And that'll help us further refine this out into further months. So I'm happy to start going through this if that's helpful, and we can go through December, which is kind of the stuff that we need to get done before a lot of the TEA requirements really begin.
Yeah, and Jacob, before you do that, one point I want to make is this is truly a milestone schedule. So these are deliverables, they're actions, they're beginning and ends of series of tasks. And so you may ask, Matthias, this is you have an agenda item here, you have a board vote, but what about the information session that's preceding that? Well, we would incorporate that into our plan, but from a deliverable perspective, the action itself is the vote. And so you wouldn't see the preceding information session that may complement that board meeting. That'll actually be in our detailed plan, and this will be a distillation of that, right? That really connects back to the order and the requirements within Lone Star governance. And then I don't know, Jacob, if you want to quickly just kind of display the dashboard. We may want to go back to it, a time or two as we move through this process. But we do think that it's really, really important that the board and our community has a tool to track this against a dashboard. So you can see that here on the graph on the TVs or on the monitors. So we'll be able to track the progress per month, the number of milestones flagged when we think we're out of sequence or lagging in schedule. And so we'll have to work with the board to maybe create a recovery schedule, maybe even add a meeting. This is one of those things. We may say, hey, we have 4 things that are due in March of 2024, and we're tracking right now to accomplish 3 of them, but the 4th one is going to be difficult unless we add another meeting. So you may see us come back to you with some of those things. This tool will help us track that, communicate that, and ensure that we're at no point introducing risk into the schedule, which is one of my biggest concerns. So take it away, Jacob.
Yeah, and what I love on this dashboard I want to point out as well is, because we know that this is also going to go for trustees, we added kind of a time tracker that Trustee Singh helped put together right there at the bottom, showing you where we're at with our percent of time. And just to give you an idea, we went into this item at 78% of our time spent on student outcomes and counting. But that'll be able to provide a kind of a running total for trustees to see where we're at on that time, where we're at on our milestone progress, and then flag milestones, either because we've got a problem with it, we've got a big question that we need to discuss with the board, maybe it's a question we've got to discuss with Ashley, but there's something that we know, like, hey, we got to touch on this one.
And will you scroll down a little bit so you can kind of see the rest of it? So this just gives you an update, and again, it's a tool for us to help manage this, but you can quickly see what's upcoming as far as a milestone. Is it tied to Lone Star governance? Is it tied to the order? And just really tracking this work as you move through the process. Again, we'll have many of these across all of our initiatives, but this is the one specifically for Lone Star governance. And so it's critically important that we get this first part done, which is kind of an agreement to the flow of the milestone schedule over the next 9 months. All right.
So looking through October.
Trustee Boswell had a question.
Sorry.
Oh, I have a quick question about thank you for the dashboard. This is very, it's like a great big security blanket. Thank you. The total time, will that begin to be calculated on that rolling 3-month period that's named specifically in the order?
It will, and there are two ways that the board needs to share time based off of the order. So starting in February, you will need to start sharing in January, here's how we spent our time.
Yes.
On student outcomes, on non-student outcomes, and exec. You'll do the same in March for February, and then in April, you'll actually do two reports. You'll do that same report, and then you'll say, for the 3-month period of January, February, and March, here's our total percent of student outcomes, which is what that graph right there will always be showing us, is that 3-month rolling average every month.
And I have a question based on the order. Are we sure that starts in February and not in November? Looking at the bottom of page 5, it says at the first public meeting each month, we should do that.
Yeah, we will certainly be ready to do it next month,
Okay,
but
I think we should, just in case.
Yeah. We can also get clarity from TEA on that.
I'd love to get clarity. 'cause it's
100%
not-
certain on the 3-month that will start in April.
Yes, I get, and I'm not so sure about that
Yep.
monthly. Thank you.
Okay.
But I'd like to put that monthly on our calendar. I'd like to include that in our deliverables on here.
The monthly report out? Oh, it is.
Oh, it is, good, okay.
Yeah, so right now, when you get
I
to,
haven't gotten all the way to
when you get to February, it'll show the report out for January.
Oh, I see, perfect, right there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and then that text actually changes in April to show the rolling 3-month average, because they're two separate deliverables.
Thank you.
All right, so
Couple
looking
limited.
at our deliverables in October, we're actually completed 3 of them. The board has already impaneled 2 ad hoc committees. They've been impaneled, so that one is done. And then trustee Foster and I were able to, there he is, able to attend time use training with our Lone Star governance coach and Council of Great City Schools this Monday. So we've completed that deliverable as well.
Thank you, trustee Foster. And Dr. Reed.
Yeah. So other items that we have are really around implementation, and they're ongoing. We've already started practicing our time use tracking, which we're due for the next 3 months as well. I'm sorry, next 2 months as well. We have begun practicing meeting at least 25%. As I mentioned, we were at 78% going into this item tonight. And then we are working to create and schedule 2 different monthly check-ins. So one will be a monthly check-in with Mr. Segura and Ms. Paz. The other will be with the board officers, Mr. Segura and Ms. Paz. So 2 different check-ins happening every month. So in November, one of the first items that we have is going to come up on our board information session. And that's that we're going to do a goals and constraints workshop to look about retooling the scorecard. And we will schedule that similar to how we're doing this meeting right now at the end of the regular board information session. I do have confirmation that this will count towards our student outcome time when we have that discussion with the board. The next one says decide, and really it should say consider.
Quick question.
Yes.
And by the way, this format is going to be a little bit more formal than a normal board meeting, so is that okay with everyone to just kind of, okay. Do we, if all the trustees are not at that retooling workshop, will it still count towards our student outcome goals?
Yes, it will.
Okay, so that won't count against us as
It will not.
Okay, thank you.
So the next one says decide, it really should say consider, so we will make sure that we get that corrected. But the board will again discuss part of the superintendent search process. Other items that we have, of course, is that the board at their voting meeting on the 16th will consider this item that we're talking about right now. And our Lone Star governance agreement with the Council of Great City Schools does ask that we approve something. As Trustee Singh shared, it's kind of the, we have a chance to discuss it now, but once it's approved, there's the expectation that we'll go through these items and complete the items. So that'll happen at the 11/16 meeting. We will also bring forward our policy changes that along with the TEA approved order. We will have all of those policy changes ready, not the board handbook. So there's both the board handbook and the policy changes. We'll be bringing those policy changes. There's also a question. You'll see that this one has true marked to it, and that just means that it's flagged. That's how it printed off instead of having the pretty little red flag. And that's about conducting a baseline board self-evaluation. That would be using the LSG implementation instrument that you'll do your quarterly check-ins with and your actual, or the self-evaluation check-in, and it gives you a baseline. This is something that the board can do during that month. Our understanding is that the Council of Great City Schools would recommend that be done, but our requirement is to start that in January of 2025. That is what we must do.
Yeah, and y'all can just talk, you don't need to call me.
I have a quick question about that. You said the board evaluation, this is in November?
Yeah, it's the November 16th item, progress and accountability, conduct baseline board self-evaluation.
We didn't already do that?
No, this is a self-evaluation that is using the LSG instrument.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I make a quick correction to my previous statement? I'm so sorry.
I told her, I was like, dang, President Singh's going to be like.
No. What I meant to say, and clearly did not, was that this is informal, so you don't need me to call on you. Y'all just speak freely. Yes, I am so sorry. No.
Madam Singh.
I apologize.
Madam Singh.
May I please?
Your presidency. Okay, so the next two items are both dealing with these new ad hoc committees, and it's approving the ad hoc committee to work with the LSG coach and update board governance policies. So as we normally do with any committee, we typically do create either bylaws or a charter. We do that with board committees as well. And so there is a question if the board, that's not a policy requirement. It's not a requirement of Lone Star Governance. Lone Star Governance does believe that it is a best practice for the board to approve the work that a committee is going to do. So that'll be another question that we have for the full board, is to approve this work of our ad hoc committees. And then once that's approved, either through board action or through decision of board president, those ad hoc committees would then get started on their work and whatever their focus is.
Is there any feedback on that? Any thoughts about approval? None? No. So continue, keep it rolling?
Well, so I have a question. So, we're saying that we can amend the stuff that is not in the TA order. So who said that we can do that?
So we can amend the schedule.
The schedule.
At some point. I think what I was meaning to say was that we can make refinements so that it works for like us. Where there's questions or clarifications, that's where you want but it's like on this one, it's one that, as Jacob said, we don't see that it's required by Lone Star Governance or the order, but it is a best practice for Council of Great City Schools. And so that's why if we're going to take it off, or if we're going to do it, we're putting everything in here like we're doing it. And if we need to move away from something, we can, or talk to Ashley about a refinement.
And so maybe something I should have shared at the start is we want to take the board's feedback on here on, are these the right dates, are these the right actions? There's some where we just know we need to keep it, we won't be able to move it. Mm-hmm. But for some of those where there may be feedback on, well, is there a different way to get this done? We want to take that back to Ashley and have that conversation with her. And one of those is on the next page, where I know that there's been some discussion about the board voting to temporarily pause all committee work to focus on implementing this TEA order. So that is a suggestion of the Council of Great City Schools and our LSG coach.
Vote on it?
That the board, that both happen and that the board vote to do that.
Why would we vote?
I think I don't want to speak for the council. I believe that my understanding is that they feel that it's best when decisions are made for individual groups that the full board make that decision. So you would be saying that, yes, we're all voting to say that those committees would stop. And then, of course, we have our implementation items. We'll continue to practice spending our time on student outcomes, and we'll continue the 2 different monthly check-ins that we'll have.
Jacob, what are the 2 ad hoc committees that we're invited to add?
Yes, so we have the ad hoc committee on board governing policies.
And what's the second?
And the second one is the ad hoc committee on community engagement.
And then the committees that we would pause would be?
Would be the policy committee, the audit committee, and the legislative committee.
Thank you.
All right, so
I'm
now.
sorry. I have a question about the audit committee, because I thought that was one of the things that the board, in addition to having the superintendent as our employee, am I not remembering correctly? Like having a board audit arm is, yeah.
We are required to have a financial audit. We are
But
not
not the
required
other,
to
okay.
have the other audits, although I think in our role in managing risk, that's why we've chosen to do it.
keep that.
And have heard, I think, from the administration that the work so far has been valuable. So I think that's a question of
The work of the committee's been valuable?
the work of the audit
Of
committee.
the auditor, yeah, vendor.
And what the education code says is that if a district decides to have an internal audit process, it has to report to the board. But you don't have to have it. So my understanding is that Lone Star Governance says it would then be optional. So it would not be a required committee. For instance, Safety and Security Committee is actually a board committee. Your board president sits as a chair of that based off of being the board president. That's legally required. So we're not required to pause that. We're not required to stop it. We're not required to keep time that, within B4.
We're not
or
required to
against.
stop any of them.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. But you're not being asked to stop. Yeah. We wouldn't be able to. It's legally required that we hold those meetings.
So let's,
Sorry. Oh, no, I was just going to ask, so just, even if you pause the audit committee, doesn't mean your auditors, external auditors can't continue to do the work that's been planned, right?
That's correct.
It just means it wouldn't.
They already have their work plan for the year.
Okay.
The audit committee has their work plan for the year?
No, the vendor.
Oh, the auditor.
Yes.
Yeah. So we would still receive the documents from them. It just means that the audit committee wouldn't meet, wouldn't talk about anything. I guess we would receive the documents through email and then they would be shared, just
Yeah.
like.
With audit, yeah.
Honestly, I think the assessment to be made is what we're doing functioning, and then concurrently, another question is what we're being asked to do going to improve it? And, maybe there's some takeaways where, gosh, if we do this a little bit differently, it'll improve it, or maybe, gosh, it causes an Achilles heel, or it wrecks a good thing. I think we need to be driven by what makes the best sense. And if it's in alignment with LSG, yippee, that's awesome. But if it happens to veer away from their recommendation, we carefully have considered it and we decide to retain, for instance, our audit committee. I think we need to ask. This is the prime it's hilarious. This is some in the kitchen stuff. Like, no, more paprika, less salt, da 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 da. Like, I know what we like,
I want smoked paprika.
Yeah, smoked paprika. So this audit committee, I think, is a perfect example of where we should be driven by what seems to make sense, and with the administration's input as well.
I have another
And then I
question.
think by the order, we have to be driven by the time as well, and how we continue the work if we feel it's necessary within the time constraints that we
Right,
are
working
obligated
within,
to
thank you,
follow.
working within the constraints.
Yes.
But it's worth pointing out perhaps that we have a policy committee, and we are recommended to pause that policy committee, and we are recommended to create a new ad hoc committee called what?
Board Governing Policies Ad Hoc Committee.
So, I don't know, you do the math on this, so we can add a new board. It's just they just have to have a longer name for the same dang thing. I mean, that's what it looks like to me, but I'm would love to hear from our coach and from other folks how that's different, and if it makes sense to just change the name to a more unwieldy name because it makes people happy, but we get to still do the work, then roll with it. I'm having fun.
I can tell.
Well, I believe the time on those two new committees also count against us.
That's correct.
So it's not like those two new committees would be helping us towards our goals. Yes, they would actually be counting against us.
And in a serious vein, with regards to community engagement, what is our approach to community engagement and what's going to be best? And would the addition of a committee be what's best? Especially if the committee is countering our goal of meeting these student outcome time constraints.
I mean, and I genuinely don't want to answer right now, but I would be interested in understanding how the term committee is defined. But that's for a later comment.
And Ashley did say she would look at our committees, for example, the Long Range Planning Committee, the Advocacy Advisory Committee, the district level committees. She said she would look at them because some of those, she said, could be considered committees.
The LRP is not a board committee.
That is what I heard.
Yeah. So we just want to make sure that there's a difference between a committee of the board and a board committee.
Yeah.
SHAC is a board committee.
Yeah.
Audit is a committee of the board. Yeah, so what we're discussing here is a committee of the board. I think the only one that kind of blends those two is the student health.
So
I'm sorry, student safety.
Student safety.
School safety.
So to reiterate what Trustee Foster said, there has to be discernment, right, in meeting an obligation and hindering the work of the district. Because making 50% and sending the district down, that is not our goal. That is not our goal.
Well, it's hitting a metric without getting the output, right? Or the outcome, sorry. It's hitting a metric without getting the outcome.
Yes.
It's like, yay, we got the number.
And I know that once we have clarity, I have all the confidence in the world that the interim superintendent will be able to guide administration and Trustee Singh, the board. But I think that we need definite clarity about that. Yes.
Well, I think that's the purpose. This work session is going to allow Jacob and I to go and talk to Ashley and President Singh and really kind of distill this milestone schedule into those 4 or 5 things that we really need to get clarity on, and then get input one way or the other, and then make a decision and move forward. It was in this part of the milestone schedule as we received it from Ashley. What we did is took it and placed it into a place that if we were going to do it, this is where you would do it. And so I think that's why we put it here.
And I think Trustee Kaufman raised his hand from Zoom land.
Yeah, I just want to clarify my understanding around the policy committee work, that our current policy committee is working broadly on all policies that we find are important for, achieving our district goals, but that the ad hoc committee would then be restricted to really a specific focus on the board governance policies, not on all the other kind of policies that we look at. And then subsequently, we would be expected to participate in the policy diet, which would be work that I think they are recommending happens without a policy committee, which would simply be stripping out most policy that doesn't pertain directly to, that doesn't directly align with required state law. So I think that's what we're being asked to do, and that's what the difference would be between our current policy committee and the subsequent ad hoc policy committee. Because once the governance policies are updated to reflect the priorities of Lone Star governance, then the policy committee would disappear because there would be no policy work practically, because the policy diet would dictate the reduction of policy, if that makes sense.
Okay. Looking at December. So again, thinking of those 2 ad hoc committees, the recommendation is that they would survey the full board to get feedback on the purpose and the work that those 2 ad hoc committees would be doing. And then the
policy committee's going to survey the board?
that is what was brought to us from.
And Christine, that's in here a lot, and I have in my notes, that feels to me to be a walking quorum issue in a pretty egregious way.
Yeah, no, it sounds like illegal meeting unless it's happening in a posted meeting, so. that
And
would
it's
be-
here over and over and over
Yeah.
throughout the process.
I don't want any of your committees to survey the rest of the board.
Thank you.
outside of
Okay,
posted
so
meeting.
can we change that language to align with the law as our council has shared? Thank you. Thank you, Christine.
Where was that?
It's
Just
It is in the document as the
The
draft
first
that
two under
came to
December is
us.
the first place you see
It's
it.
twice in November. It is once in February, once in January, once in March.
And it's the word survey?
Yes.
Yes, it is once in
Oh.
July of 2024 and once in August of 2024.
Okay.
And I think that's the last one.
Jacob, when you had talked with them about surveying, and I guess Matthias, this is to you too, if you were part of that. Like, do they literally mean like a survey? Like, with questions and we fill them in, like we answer it, or is it more like?
I believe it's more like getting
Survey.
feedback.
Okay.
It's, even if we emailed it to them, couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering if she thinks, if LSG would say that that would be part of a posted board meeting.
That has to be what they think.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
can
the
it-
only way to legally do that.
That's right, but I'm wondering also if that would, again, eat into our minutes.
I'm very concerned about being required to do things and being penalized for it. That just,
Yes.
it doesn't make sense. If it's required, then or make an exception for things that we're required to do. Because what it means is that we still have business to take care of. And it seems to me, the expectation is, if on this end, I'm doing student outcomes, and on this end, I'm doing business, in order to take care of these things, I have to move it in like that. That doesn't feel okay to me. That feels like negligence to me.
Yeah, I think so, like the policy diet stuff, it's hard to imagine wanting to devote the amount of time it would take to go through your policies and figure out what you don't, that would take forever, and it would all count against you. But you have to do it? Is that right?
David?
Well,
Yes, David's
my understanding is that it's not exactly something we would be doing in a discerning and collaborative way. It would be basically telling us this policy isn't required by law, so you should remove it. I feel like it's not going to be something we're expected to discuss. I feel like it's going to be something we're expected to do.
That's why I don't understand the point of the surveying. Like, what am I being asked about? If it's requirement to make the policy revisions that we have to according to the proposed order, then what am I being surveyed on?
And this committee would not discuss the policy changes that are required under the order. The order is fairly descriptive, so we have those policies ready.
So what is there to discuss then?
It's all of our other policies, like the bilingual policy that we discussed tonight.
That has nothing to do with special education.
Our consultation agreement?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could be wiped out.
Parent engagement
because
policy.
My understanding is that the only board policies that would remain would be the ones that are legally required and the ones that are about how we govern ourselves as a board. We cannot have policies that had anything to do with how the district runs.
Is the policy diet a mandated aspect of the order? I don't think it is.
It's a mandated part of Lone Star governance that we get through the process, and then we get to decide. We have a vote in that.
So
And I think
engaging
we'll
them.
have flexibility. I do think we'll have some flexibility within there to choose to retain policies that we think are important. I think there will be pushback, but I think we'll have it's not specified measures that we have to do.
Well, I think because this is a sticking point, it's a great deal of work, and we have, deliverables that we must deliver on, that we need to really prioritize those deliverables, and then, the things that are more ambiguous that we have questions on, move that into the second year.
I think that makes a lot of sense, actually.
because, this is quite a lot of work. It's really dense, and we want to make sure that we as a board are successful, that the district is successful. We're required to do this. So I think looking at those actual deliverables and the stuff that we are really clear on, that will help us get to that meets focus. And I think that the policy diet, that's a great deal of work. We don't know how much that will be counted against us. We're not sure what we want to do with that. It's not, there are things explicitly in the order with policy that are really clear that we must do. And then this one is a lot less clear. So just, moving that to where we have some clarity and where hopefully we have more bandwidth to do the work well.
I like that idea, and it still puts it within our 2-year Lone Star governance implementation window. I appreciate that suggestion.
So would that include the 2 ad hoc committees that are not in the order, not required by the order?
But the deliverables that they're supporting are required by the order, right? Because the community engagement.
They both help support
Correct.
moving along in the LSG implementation, which is a requirement.
Yeah, Lone Star governance is required, therefore these are parts of that.
Yeah. Got it. So you could not do community engagement, but you'd find it very difficult to get to meets on the Lone Star governance rating without doing any of the community engagement requirements.
And my understanding is that the purpose of that ad hoc committee is to help inform the engagement process that's going to be used to develop the new scorecard, which is going to be created in the spring semester. So that's the connection. That's why that committee is part of this process. The way it's defined in LSG.
I am sorry that I missed that. Got it.
Okay. So then what the district is doing around community engagement is not part of this?
No, so the engagement stuff that we're doing is continuing on. Like we're rolling on all fronts, all engagement.
Right.
This is specifically around board engagement as it pertains to the development of the scorecard, because that's one of the aspects that I think we learned about in the LSG training, the 2-day training, and I know it's in their documents that you have to go through that process and engage with the community to determine what the scorecard goals are going to be, and that big effort is occurring in the spring semester of this year.
But did I also hear that these 2 ad hoc committees also don't count? Well,
The time counts against us.
the time
counts
Correct.
against us.
That's correct.
It's the other 50%. And I think, generally speaking, because of the lift of the retooling of the scorecard, the manual, and the buildup of the new scorecard in the spring semester, all of that time is going to have to fit somewhere. And so we have to figure out what things we can maybe tighten up a little bit, is really what we're trying to do.
And because we have other lives, and this is a volunteer service that we do, can we note or indicate where all members are required, all trustees are required, and where a quorum is required, and where it can be selected individuals, right? So that we know where that is. Because, is it 9 people with 9 lives?
20
That's
lives.
a lot. I'm just kind of wondering, I don't want us to lose time or be penalized or get off track because we can't get everybody there.
Well, and I think, Trustee Hunter, what we're going to do with this milestone schedule is actually develop a detailed schedule. Like an example of that, like the retooled scorecard that's going to occur here in the near future. That could be a recommendation from Ashley, or it can be, a lot of deliberation between the 9.
Mm-hmm.
And so, based on what I'm hearing, and based on what President Singh and I communicate to Ashley as well as Jacob, we'll come up with something that I think works. And our goal is going to be to limit the amount of time they all have to spend, because we still have to get through all the other work.
Yes,
and so I'm very mindful of that as well as staff time. So as we build this out, this is great feedback. So as we build this out, we can even include in here, like when we have a conversation or a work session or some other commitment from the board, we can detail if it's a quorum requirement or not, right? Because certainly we can have that as well in the tool.
And just a time check, we're at 42.
December?
Yeah, we're getting through December. So our next item, discuss governing policy manual. This is really what we've also called board handbook or board operating procedures, whatever you want to call it. Having that is a requirement. How you get to it again is a discussion for the board. What is being recommended is that this committee or another committee, I know you have a trustee who has been reviewing this and looking at these, but on the 7th, the full board could discuss that handbook, and then on the 14th, you would vote to approve that handbook.
And Jacob, can we remove that surveys language and make it say something else that makes it really clear? Maybe Christine can suggest some language for us that makes it really clear that we're not doing something that feels like a violation, even if that's not even if survey, the way we heard it, is not what's intended. Do you have language to suggest?
I could suggest language, but also isn't that something, is this something that has to happen? Ad hoc governing policy committee surveys board
That's a
members.
great question.
Like, if that doesn't have to happen.
Yeah. It's a great question. That's a really good point.
Agreed.
That's a great
Or
point.
like in line with what Catherine was saying, whatever work has to be done to trim down the policy manual, like at least let's take it out for now, right? If that's the will of the board.
I think we have to have a policy manual. I think that has to happen fairly soon.
We have to have that by the end of the calendar year.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I'm
No,
sorry.
no. I'm talking about the policy diet.
You're saying policy
stuff.
manual
Oh, the policy
and board
diet, yes.
handbook is what you're getting. Yeah.
So, and this sounds like this ad hoc governing policy committee surveys board members, it sounds like that would be more to do with the trimming down of the full policy.
I think that's our governing policy. That's the policy that governs our work.
No. Board
it not?
handbook
Oh, no.
is the policy that governs our work. That's the board handbook. The policy is the whole big TASB thing, right? That's the policy, that's the diet, that's all of that.
Okay, so is this reference to surveying about the board operating procedures, basically?
I think
that's November.
I think we need to find that out.
I think the governing policy is about our operating procedures, and the policy diet committee is about getting rid of local policy.
Yes, when the policy committee met, there were several policies that were clear cut on exactly what had to be changed.
Yeah.
And those were, agreed upon by the committee, and those would be going to the full board. There were still two remaining though that specified like how the board operates and having policy on how we operate. And those are ones that still need to be fleshed out and determined.
I guess I just don't know what the point of surveying the board members is.
Well, I think that's a great question. Do we need to? And yeah, I think that's a great question. If we
So
can
that's
find
what
that out.
we'll get
Thank you.
feedback from Ashley. So the other items that we can do in December is practice new monitoring session using a new monitoring document and doing another workshop to help us build out what that monitoring looks like. So that's something that we would want to get done in December so that when we go into January and that time is actually starting, we're using that new process. And so that's the practice progress monitoring. Once we have that retooled scorecard, we would also bring back to the board in December a new meeting calendar, which is where we will schedule all of these different scorecard items and discussion items for the board to approve that as well.
And I see here that the original draft said we would practice 50% in December, and it looks like practice 50% in December is gone just because we're packing so much in before we have to hit 50% in January. Am I reading that correctly?
It's on there. It's the third from the bottom.
Third, there's so much on here.
On December 2023.
The third from the bottom.
So on that individual page,
Practice spending at least 50%. I'm concerned that given all the workshops and other things we have, that it's going to be hard to get to 50%. Again, if this is a document that we're going to be held by and we don't hit 50% in December, I'm concerned that we're committing when we look at the list of things that really have to be done to prepare us to hit 50% in January. And I wonder if we want to be maybe a little less specific in December, so we don't look like we're making promises we can't keep.
And we did, so the original language was spend 50%, and we changed it to practice spending at least 50%.
So attempt.
Right. I mean, that was, we're going to practice, right? I mean, I believe the board's going to practice doing 50% even next month. But that was our thinking in that wording.
Thank you.
So that leads us to another question for the board, and that's this organization meeting. And you'll see in parentheses that this was LSG's language of select officers. So our board policy, and the Texas Education Code for that matter, requires that you consider officers after every election. It does not require that you do it in off-election years. And so that's a question. Typically, what this board has done for the past 6 or 7 years is during that time in December, there's normally just a check-in, but we don't actually vote on officers again.
We good. Okay.
So would it be better to have that just as a check-in on board officers, or?
What does a
Why does it
check-in
need to be done though? Because, I mean, we
Yeah.
can do that whenever we want.
We can.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So I
But
don't-
you're legally required to do it at the meeting following an election.
Okay, so that's,
I don't see how it needs to be. in there.
yeah.
I wouldn't put it on here because that's going
Yeah,
to be
let's not
something
add
that's
stuff.
against.
Okay.
And we can choose to add it if we want to.
We didn't have, we'll take it off.
Yes, thank you.
The selecting officers.
And then because it's legally required after the November 2024 election, it wouldn't count against us.
Smart.
I would think that's correct. It would not.
Well, wouldn't it happen in executive session anyway?
That's true.
Well, you discuss it,
Well,
but you
But part of
vote.
it here,
Vote, we
part of it
can
happens
Yeah,
here,
you can't vote in exec, you have
That
to vote
part of
here.
it, yeah.
but part of it, yes.
If there's any discussion.
I do have some questions before, some of the stuff before that, and I apologize. I'm looking at, I know that we had some questions around the surveying and all that, but I did notice we had the same date for discussing, the survey is the same day that we're discussing the actual recommendations. But I would think that, that's December 7th, is not that far away. And so I almost wonder, do you have things in your more expanded plan that might address the formulation of those recommendations?
No, because we were really looking at the, so the discuss governing policy manual recommendations. Like these two, we had to carry over and over again. And so they're like relics. Like we haven't.
Okay.
The one that is critically important is to discuss governing policy manual recommendations from committee.
Okay.
And the reason that's placed there is because you voted in November to place it ad hoc committee. So now the ad hoc committee is working through the month of November into December,
Okay.
and then giving you recommendations in the information session for consideration and a vote.
Okay.
So that's kind of like why we had to lay it out like that.
Okay.
The ones that the surveys, those were, we needed clarity around those as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And we have to do that by December 31st.
Well,
You
the
have to-
manual needs to
The
be.
manual.
Yeah, that's why it's that high up in there.
And BE local.
Is that?
Yes,
We've already
all of
done-
those are going to be
Yeah.
in December. We're voting on those in December.
November, right?
November.
I'm sorry, I
November.
meant to say November.
Yeah, so we'll vote on all the board policies except for BE in November. In December, we would, in theory, approve a board handbook, and that would necessitate a change to policy BE as well, so they would go together.
Okay. And we should probably get from Ashley pretty quickly, like just a sample handbook.
I
You know,
have them all.
Pardon?
I have them all.
Yeah, do you, yeah, like one that's LSG compliant, you
I have
have,
two, they're on the leaderboard.
okay. Well, it's
And I
it's
think
particularly
there's
for
some
a district our
policies, model
size.
things in the materials from our training, I believe, as well.
Okay.
Can you share that with trustee Singh?
I can.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, I guess my question, what I'm getting at is how much of a lift is it for us? Is the handbook pretty much prescribed by LSG, or is it something we're actually going to have to create?
It's literally like the Declaration of Independence copy paste.
Okay.
Just look through and decide, like, if that can be a work session, like that would take like maybe 45 minutes.
Okay.
And a big chunk of it is meeting efficiencies, right? Like how we're going to operate. So a big chunk of it's going to be, it's already done, right? If we agree and do all of that, that's what's going to go in there.
So right now it's scheduled for the December information session.
Okay.
That's the discussion
Great.
time.
Discussion time, yep.
And then are we talking about in the new year having 2 voting meetings versus the information session voting meeting?
That's not incorporated into the schedule. This was based on kind of the way we've been operating now.
Mm-hmm.
By that you mean like two meetings a month, an information session and a voting meeting?
Yeah, so because we haven't made a change on anything future, we used kind of our current calendar to lay this out. Information, action, all the way through the end of December. So we're gonna have to reset, the calendar. We're gonna have to, once the retooled scorecard is done, once the manual is done, we're gonna have to go back and update all the agendas for the spring semester.
So if we wanted to implement a change like that, would it be more helpful to the administration to do that next year, like in the next school year, than next semester? Because of
We
the
would need to
calendar?
make changes to BE, policy BE, to align with that as well, because right now we have deadlines in policy BE that are based off of when we have a voting meeting. So if we were to move to 2, we would be creating 2 sets of timelines. Basically, what we
You
would
truncate
do.
the timeline.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is we would constantly be behind the timeline that we need to post the next meeting before you've even had another meeting.
Is that why the information session, because we didn't used to be having information session?
Yeah, the information session in some sense was to serve as like a first reading.
spacer? Yeah. Okay. Time check, there is less than 6 minutes, there's 6 minutes.
So that's it for December. The big thing that we need to decide in December also is when we would do that monitoring meeting.
Oh, now is that, again, what's the makeup?
That would be a discussion of the full board on the monitoring.
Oh, so everybody need to be there?
Yeah, whoever wants, it is not a requirement that all 9 of you be there, all 10 of you.
I have volunteered.
But, yeah, but as many as can to be there to discuss creating that monitoring report.
Okay.
Jacob, I know we're leaving December and going into the new year as far as the discussion goes, but to Trustee Whitley Chu's comment, could that be part of the conversation that y'all have with the handbook? Sure. Just so that on that December 7th date, talk about kind of operational just things with the board. And I think that would be a useful, so we know what we're doing soon thereafter. We'll just have the conversation together. So are we done with December?
We're done with the school year.
So do we want to continue
Calendar year.
Request more time on the clock?
Well, I do have just want to pose an option to the board. We do have the option of having some of this discussion in closed session with our board counsel, so that's available to us. Or we can continue having this conversation in public. Christine, is there anything you would add to that?
No, I think, that if you want to get into more detailed legal advice, you probably need to do that in exec session, and that'd be the main thing I would say.
Yeah, so it's really up to, it's just, it's a matter, it's just something I want to throw out there. So do you guys want to continue having this in public?
I think that there is, some legal considerations, legal implications, and I think in terms of our community that do watch our board meetings, I think they've gotten the idea of what this process looks like and feels like. So from a transparency standpoint, I'm satisfied. And then there's legal stuff. So I'd like to move to closed session.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Hunter? Decide, are you guys all okay moving to closed session? Okay. So then, thank you all. So given that, we will now recess the open meeting at 11:26 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we will briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a good evening. Thanks, y'all. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 12:54 a.m. Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Lugo to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 12:54 a.m. Thank you.